Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun, enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends, and welcome to day 2, season 2, episode 2 of the Karen Reed Persecution, season 2. Here we are. Today is Wednesday, April 23rd of 2025. I am your host, Melanie Little, and I thank you so much for coming to spend your day with me today. I know that you have many choices. I know you have many choices to watch your coverage of the Karen Reed trial, and I'm just so honored and pleased that you are here with me today. I'm grateful for each and every one of you, and boy, it's off to quite a start, isn't it? Isn't it off to quite a start? And as I was trying to get to sleep last night, I thought, let me listen to Brennan's opening one more time. Because if you poke around out there on the cesspool of internet, you'll see a lot of people that thought that yesterday was really a slam dunk for the prosecution. And I thought, okay, maybe I was a little distracted. The audio was bad. I was trying to level the audio and he was really hard to hear. And maybe I missed some great brilliance from Hank Brennan, the attorney of Whitey Bulger, who's been paid almost $250,000 so far by the county of Norfolk to come on in and try this case because no other attorney at the district attorney's office would touch it. Even though there are more than 50 attorneys on staff at Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and poor Adam Lally is sitting there grew from Despicable Me with his humpback and his sad sack face and moping around because they don't let him do anything except get the water, and he's the water boy. I just thought maybe there was something that I missed, and I fell asleep quickly, I'll admit. So I woke up this morning. And you know what? That's the Sopranos theme song. And isn't it quite apropos here? Isn't it? It kind of is. What is the name? Does anybody know the name of that actual song? That is the Sopranos theme song, because I think I'm going to have to put it on the playlist. I went back and I listened to it and I thought lackluster is the most kind word that I could think of to say about it. And really, that was quite kind of me because why am I hearing dinging when everything is on Do Not Disturb? I don't know. Because Howie Carr was not so kind. Howie Carr wrote an article. It was in the Boston Herald this morning, and I'm just going to read a little bit of it to you. We're waiting for Boston 10 to put their camera up, so we have a little time. Howie Carr says, prosecution stumbles badly in opening. This is the Boston Herald. Yeah. Okay. Hang on. I'll just I'll put it up on the screen for you because I know you guys like receipts. I can do that. It's I don't know. It was a long day yesterday, you guys. And then I'm trying to think. I'll read Howie Carr in a minute. Then I was trying to think, why would he put Timothy Nuttall on as his first witness? Why? The guy was possibly, quite possibly, the worst witness at the first trial because he insisted that John O'Keefe was wearing a puffy jacket or a puffy coat. So much so that we even made an emoji for him with the puffy coat, and he was terrible. Why is he the star of the trial? Why did Brennan decide to put up Timothy Nuttall as the first and hours-long witness, and then Kerry Roberts? And then I thought to myself, it clicked. Those two witnesses are the most easily manipulated witnesses in the Commonwealth's case. I mean, talk about a guy, Nuttall, who wanted to be the star of the show. And I remember during the last trial talked about how many times they debriefed this case. They talked about it nearly every single day after it happened. And so, I don't know, the power of suggestion, perhaps, with regard to Mr. Nuttall. And Kerry Roberts, also easily manipulated based on the fact that she has since become best friends with Jennifer McCabe. And she and Jennifer McCabe, as I'm sure you'll hear today at some point, were told by John's mom to make a timeline of events so that they wouldn't forget what happened. Kerry Roberts was also not cross-examined during the first trial. And so you can expect her to say a lot of times today when asked, I think it's Alan Jackson who's going to do the cross, well, why didn't you say that last time? And she'll take a page right out of the Jen McCabe playbook and say, because I wasn't asked. You can bet your bottom dollar that you're going to hear that a lot today. And so I think my opinion is the reason that he opened with those two particular witnesses is because, and only because, they are both easily perhaps manipulated, in my opinion, and in my opinion only. Let me know what you think about that, because my God, we sat through how many hours of Timothy Nuttall yesterday? It was so painful. Was it painful or was it just me? Was it just me? Right. You don't need a timeline, Wendy, when you're speaking the truth. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Let's hope today we're going to stick with Boston 10 today, because apparently Boston 10 yesterday was the only network that kept its cameras on. So we got to hear the fiery motions yesterday, argued by Brennan. Wah, wah, wah. I still got to make that pacifier emoji, you guys. The binky emoji for him. And scissor hands Bobby Alessi, who I've never seen so angry in my life, and rightfully so. When the judge started making, whipping out the ABA rules on record retention policies, I'm thinking, I thought I was in an alternate universe. That perhaps there were 99 messages or 99 problems for Hank, and the truth ain't one of them. Text messages between the attorneys and the ARCA witnesses with regard to testifying at the first trial and logistics, that perhaps the judge inferred or outright basically said, I'm sorry, but Mr. Jackson or Mr. Alessi, aren't under the ABA rules, aren't you required to retain your client's file or portions of your client's file for 7 years? I think she said 6 years. Attorneys are supposed to keep texts for 6 years. Yeah, let me explain to you about the retention policies, okay? Retention policies are designed for the client so that if the client needs a portion of his or her file for appeal, or if they fire you and they need a copy of their file, the retention policies are designed to protect the client. Okay. And so I think that there was a little bit of a misstep on her reliance. Kerry Roberts was on Good Morning America. I'm sorry, what? Is that for real? Hold on. I don't want to spread mistruths. So Kerry Roberts was on Good Morning. Can anybody else confirm that? Here comes drama. I don't know. Is that drama or is that real? I can't imagine that she was on Good Morning America when she's currently under oath. Is that true? Can anybody send me a clip of that for real? Like today? Okay. Kerry Roberts was on Good Morning America today, this morning. I mean, I saw that. I thought that Brandy Churchwell was on Good Morning America YouTube. Okay. Was it a new interview? Was it an old interview? I need to know more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you get very far? The vocal fries reel this morning. Was it live or was it Memorex? Maybe it was a clip of her testimony. She certainly cannot be on Good Morning America while she's under oath. So I have a lot of questions about that. I'll try to. I'm not. Melanie, call the defense and let them know I don't have the defense on speed dial. Please, please. I love when you guys email me and you send me kind emails and you're so nice and you send me your things and your pictures. Do not send me any more dog bite pictures. I do not want to see them. I can't unsee them. Don't send me links. Don't send me any. But when you guys send me things and expect me to forward them on either to the defense or to another YouTuber, no, I just don't do that. I'm sorry. I'm not your secretary. Not your secretary. I don't have a direct line for the defense. I don't work for the defense. And I just can't do that. Sorry. Not sorry. So here, let's just take a look, shall we? Before I digress into too many things. Howie Carr's article this morning in the Boston Herald, and this is how it begins. The headline is Prosecution Stumbles Badly in Opening. We know that Howie Carr has no love loss for Hank Brennan because it's come to my attention. Howie Carr was one of the no, do not email me clips. Do not email me clips. Do not email me links. No, please don't. Okay. All right. I can't even look at the chat because I'm too distracted. It's like, ooh, something shiny. Howie Carr was one of the reporters that Hank Brennan tried to keep out of the courtroom during the Whitey Bulger trial by putting him on the witness list. Yeah. Is that true? So we know that Hank Brennan has done this before. He did the same thing with Aiden Carney. Unfortunately, it didn't work for him, although Aiden's not going to be allowed in the courtroom while any of the alleged witnesses that he intimidated testify. He can't be in for those witnesses or the minor children or any member of the O'Keefe family. Pre-recorded on the Eva trial. Wow, that wasn't too smart, was it? Prosecution stumbles badly in opening. Oh, we're unmuted. Are we going to start already? All right, well, maybe we have to save this for the break. Praise be under her eye. God save the Commonwealth. And please let the audio be good today. Amen.
Please be seated. Court is in session. 22 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Oh, good.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Last night we received 19 new exhibits. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today, Trooper Guarino. Many of these reports are Cellebrite reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Guarino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls that again we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude at the very least the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
Okay. I know you can't hear her. She's not near a mic. I apologize on her behalf. Last night at 10:45 p.m., they received something like 19 new reports from Trooper Guarino, including all of the new Cellebrite extractions from the new software and a new PowerPoint presentation at 10:45 p.m. last night. And Hanky Spanky Brennan has the nerve to complain about discovery violations. This is what you call trial by ambush. He has yelled fire many times about trial by ambush. This is actually trial by ambush. Let's see if the judge has any grave concerns about this. Okay, here we go. Rock on, my sister Elizabeth Little, no relation.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced.
When did they get it?
Last night,
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last
The
trial
software didn't
is
exist
that
then, you
there is,
fool.
for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use
I was
more updated
helping them, Your
software.
Honor.
The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Guarino would then refer to a separate document, did simply an order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, and Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Guarino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness. I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful.
I'm sorry, 10:45 p.m. last night, the night before you intend to call Trooper Guarino to the stand, is not a surprise. I hope that he does not dislocate his shoulder by patting himself on the back today, because despite his hyperbolic temper tantrum yesterday about trial by ambush and the defense not retaining text messages between themselves and the ARCA witnesses about their scheduling to come in and do their voir dire last trial, and their scheduling them and their flights and their hotels and whatever. He turns over 19 new reports last night for Trooper Guarino's testimony, and he's calling himself a good guy. We didn't have to do this. Wow, just when you thought your Tuesday could not get any more fun. My across the pond friend, I don't care where you are. If you're on the West Coast right now, get yourself a cocktail, because this is going to be a day drinking day. Go for it. It's mimosa morning. Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Did I say Tuesday already? I don't know what day it is. Today's Wednesday. Do you remember like Opie and Anthony, you guys, from the New York radio show? It was Whip 'em Out Wednesday. Well, it might as well be. This guy is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Here we go. I just can't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to let him talk, Marco.
Powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so they'd have notice days before Trooper Guarino would even testify about it.
Her heart rate is inconsistent with being a part of a criminal conspiracy. Are you kidding me? Maybe because she's a cold as ice biatch, maybe. Have you heard her 911 call? Her dear friend John O'Keefe of 10 years, more than a decade, she loves this man. She says, I love this man. I love this man. I was devastated. Something tragic happened to me. And yet when she calls 911, there's a man passed out on the snow. And you want to introduce her Apple heart rate data to prove that her heart rate data is inconsistent with her being involved in a criminal conspiracy. You can't make this up. I have to just rewind that again, because I can't believe that that's what he really actually said. Hold on.
Or suggest that a phone, if the defense, in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination.
There was no phone call at 227. That was when she Googled Haas Long to die in cold, right? There was no phone call at 227. Hold on a second. This guy has no idea. He was not here for the first trial, and it shows. It shows. He didn't even watch it. He didn't even go to YouTube and try and watch some moron explain it to him in a pro-prosecution way. He's now saying Jennifer McCabe may have made a phone call at 227. Hold on.
Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy.
Except you were required to turn over all of your impeachment evidence, right? To the other side. So why would this not be something that you could have to turn over, that you would be allowed to spring it on them? No, that's not the way it works in Massachusetts, Mr. Brennan. You may be new here, but may I introduce you to Judge Kim Jong Kanone? Have you met her? Look at her. My freeze game already on point. I know a lot of you guys are stumbling in late and you may be on the West Coast, so don't worry, I keep stopping it because I cannot, the comedy effect of this cannot be understated. It is powerful. Yes, it's powerful. We don't even know if she was wearing the watch. It could have been hooked up to her little nightstand charger, right? Okay.
Yet we provided it in advance so that it have notice days before Trooper Guarino would even testify about it.
Look at Lally.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your?
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Guarino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
What do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellebrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
Of course not.
Provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Guarino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Guarino. As I said, I can
It'd be great
recall him,
today.
and I expect to because there's a number of other events.
It's going to be a great
If it becomes
day.
an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All
everybody.
right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, yeah, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Guarino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, they got nothing else to do.
All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Thanks on top for your super
Not for
sticker.
the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Michelle for your
Your
super
Honor, I
sticker.
did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in? for a
We could do it tomorrow afternoon if tomorrow is a better day for him.
witness state?
Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Don't text
Can we
them.
do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi,
Come on,
I
man.
issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking
on
about this
Zoom.
voir dire.
I don't care.
I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, let's get them a last minute plane ticket. No big whoop.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to
Yeah.
get here.
Do you think maybe, I don't know, maybe they could be on trial somewhere else. Maybe they could be, doing some work for the NHL. Maybe they could be somewhere in Canada, like working on a hockey rink. Really? Tomorrow? Because, we all live and die by your sword, Lady Macbev. This is a joke. This is a joke. This is, give me something worse than a kangaroo court, because this is what it is. I'm taking a word out of Big Case Mike's playbook today. I hate that man. I detest that man. I really hate that man.
He has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. So, is there a day next week that works for the board?
Well, we could do
Guys,
Monday,
early
but
mornings.
what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Shouldn't I pay them a rush fee on top of everything else? This is a joke.
We will make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So, we'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day.
A half a
Can we
day.
do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm
sorry.
trying to help you out by
You ordered
having the
it.
witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I
Now
would
you're
assume I'm
indifferent?
giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Because you want a half a day too,
Will we
because
have
you
a
want to
chance
get
to
to
be
the case.
heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? Before, when?
Whenever it's
Sure.
convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new.
Spanky-doo, spankorama. You're going to be at least 6 weeks, 7 weeks before ARCA is even thinking about taking the stand. Really? Do you really need to do this on Monday or tomorrow or when any day within the next 5 days? Because if your expert testimony hinges on ARCA, you got a bigger problem than the fact that you're persecuting a woman who didn't hit a man with her car. Okay? That's the bottom line here. And if you are so afraid of these witnesses because your witnesses are not going to know what to say based on their further testing, then your case is 10 times worse than anybody ever thought it was. So give me a break with your whiny, weaselly presentation and your hyperbolic nonsense. I just can't with this. This would never happen, my friends, in any other courtroom in any other state, except for maybe, I don't know, Fran Gull. But like I said, and like I like to say, Judge Lady McBev, Kim Jong-Canone, has said to Fran Gull in Indiana, who didn't allow the cameras in her courtroom because of all the shenanigans that were going on there. Hey, Fran, hold my White Claw. Check this out.
Opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row.
Half
But
days.
we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Will you pay them for a full day?
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity.
We need a scope of what they're coming in to talk about.
But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the targets, one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. We need to figure out, I need to figure out that at least. And there,
I mean, do you really think that there's some sort of collusion going on in those text messages between Alan Jackson and Dr. Crash Daddies? Do you really think there's some sort of collusion going on there? But you have little to zero, absolutely zero grave concerns about an inverted video being shown that was clearly manipulated, doctored, proctored, and altered in your courtroom. You have zero grave concerns about that, and zero grave concerns that Sally Port video just mysteriously started appearing after the mistrial. Okay? You have zero concerns about all of the shenanigans, the Brady violations of the prosecution, but some text messages regarding scheduling caused you such grave concerns that you needed to start a new blood pressure medication. Really? Really, Your Honor? And I use that term loosely because now I'm really losing my patience with her.
Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you make a call, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exactly. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need some.
That's right. District Attorney Morrissey. Remember, Your Honor? Remember, Your Honor, when we got access to District Attorney Morrissey's personal burner phone emails, we're told that he auto deletes his emails every 30 days. And so you didn't have any problem with your district attorney, your boss, essentially, your buddy, deleting his stuff automatically every 30 days. But now my co-counsel have no text messages from 2 years ago, and all of a sudden you have a big problem with that. But you can totally understand it when it's the district attorney. Got it. Just want to put it on the record what a double standard it is in your courtroom. And by the way, those could be the ugliest curtains I've ever seen behind her. There's some weird pole and some grommets. It looks like a shower curtain. It appears to be hospital green, and perhaps she doesn't want anybody outside peeping on her. I don't know, but they're ugly. May I suggest, I don't know, a nice toile or something, perhaps in the wood family to go along with the wood paneling. I'm not an interior designer. I'm just a lawyer who likes to yell on the internet.
Something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Get the clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, you know what, let's see counsel at sidebar.
That's
about
Clerk
that.
Jim, for those of you who are new here. This is Clerk Jim right here on the left of your screen, or she's sitting right in front of the judge on the left-hand side as you are facing your screen. And she has already grave concerns, and Isabel's in New Zealand, and she's going to use matchsticks to keep her eyes open. Let's see, I spy in the courtroom today. There's Victoria George whispering. Good. She learned how to cover her mouth because camera person likes to zoom in on attorneys' conversations. We've learned there's Nathan Reed in the back row, Mr. and Mrs. Reed in the front row. This is, his name is Evan, I've been told. He's sitting at what used to be a tiny desk. Now it looks a little bit bigger. He's replacing our dear friend and fan favorite Craig Bates during this trial because things cost money. And apparently the defense, I think, could not afford to pay Craig Bates to come back for this whole trial from California. Paul O'Keefe. Erin is not there today. She made her, her required appearance and she's out of there. Peggy O'Keefe is not here today because apparently she's on the witness list for today. We're going to see Trooper Reno. We're going to see Kerry Roberts come back and be eviscerated, skewered, and it's going to be another barbecue day today. What do you like on your barbecue? What do you like on the Barbie, my friends? What would you like today?
Are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, do you want me to get off tonight?
Do you want me to get off? Yeah, she needs 5 minutes. She's going to maybe make a call. Maybe make a call, have a protein shake, a little something, a little snack, a little. This is already starting off. It's already a morning, you guys. It's already a morning, but you know, it wouldn't be fun if it wasn't a morning. And if we didn't laugh, we would just cry all the time.
Again, counsel.
That's another song. I cry all the time. What's that song? Thank you, Don Top, for telling me that the
Jurors.
theme song.
Thank you for your patience.
I woke
The
up this
lawyers and
morning
I
by
got some work done
Alabama
this morning
3.
While you were waiting for us,
going
and I
on
do
the
appreciate
list.
it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
Oh, yes, and in other news, Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty retired last night. So I don't know. Does that mean that perhaps maybe as West Side, I'm a musical girl. I love my musicals. Who can tell me what this is from? Something's coming, something big. I don't know what it is. Yeah, Helena Rafferty retired. You know why? Maybe because she gets to keep her pension. I don't know. A lot of people aren't reading into it, but you know me. I'm reading into it. Anybody know what that's from? Name that musical. Something's coming, something big. I don't know what it is. Maybe tonight. Yes, West Side Story. Ed Wallace is here. Ed Wallace. Anytime you want to come on, Ed, when they start talking about this shoddy investigation, you let me know. I love you with all of my heart. I haven't seen you guys in a long time. Me love you. Long time for a long time. I love Ed Wallace.
Right,
He's
thank you very
Judy
much.
Ron's
Can we
partner.
have Ms. Roberts back in, please.
And Ed Wallace is one of the best. Ed, I didn't know you liked musicals too. We'll have to get to Broadway one of these days. This is going to be a skewering, perhaps. I've heard rumors, but I don't know. One of the most manipulated witnesses, easily malleable, let's say. Kerry Roberts is back on the hot seat. Good luck, babes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct,
At some point you left.
correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification and then a smaller clip of that ring video. If there's no objection.
Thank you, Leah.
If there's no objection or there is no.
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Leah said that Kerry Roberts was recorded Monday, and Good Morning America asked her, why have you decided to speak on the Eva trial? If it's on YouTube, and somebody can send me a link to my email, which is in the show notes below. That is the only email that I use for YouTube. So if you're Googling me and finding some old email, your message will never be seen by me, but I do love you. That's wild to me.
It's a clip. 12C would be just fine. Thank you.
I miss Madam Court Reporter. I'm going to say it. Her name is Nancy. She's not here this trial. She was on the Turk trial, but she's not here.
12B
Apparently,
is the certification from Ring, and 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
this is the ring video when they get back to One Meadows. Karen and Jen get out of the car, and Kerry gets out of her car, and they all scurry into the house. Nobody stops to look at the taillight.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Where's that video?
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talk
Okay, Val, I'm not cutting out for anybody else. So refresh your browser if you think I'm cutting in and out. Thank you.
the tail light, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the tail light missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Conveniently, no video.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. May I recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 13.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 13.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area
Okay, all right. I
in that
can't.
photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And
Hold on. I'm taking this back because is this a fair and accurate representation of the way the taillight looked or kind of similar like? Hold on a second. That is not.
Exhibit 13.
the car and
Was
Hold on.
missing, as is in this picture. No,
of how you saw, is it,
that is Karen's SUV.
is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction?
No, not similar. It cannot be similar. It has to be a fair and accurate representation of the way you saw the taillight, or else this is not even relevant or evidentiary. Hold on.
Of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Zero foundation,
Putting that
Lana.
aside, is that a fair
Okay,
and
Lana,
accurate
I'm
depiction
being gaslit, right?
of
Thank
the
you.
damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Objection.
No objection.
Exhibit 13.
He's gonna have to
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 13.
slice and dice on cross because that is not a proper foundation at all.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
White?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Okay. I am so confused right now as an attorney and as someone with basically common sense because this is not the way she saw it. Where's the piece sticking out? Is this metal or is this plastic? I have no idea. Are they going to have somebody from Lexus come in and tell us exactly what the pieces are that this thing is made of? I don't see any piece sticking out. Did somebody push it back in? I have so many questions, more questions than I can even verbalize to you right now. This is after it was brought into the Sally Port, after I think it was Gallagher, refresh my recollection here. Somebody pulled out the taillight. I think it was Wanless. It shattered in his hands. Yeah, we need the bullshit button. Here we go. I mean, this is just wait
Did you
for cross.
express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the
That was your
defendant
concern.
asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway.
She says
How
3.
many
I'm going
times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him?
2
And my
times.
answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him.
Yeah, great point.
Why
Great
would
point.
I think that?
Anybody else see the
Did
tool marks on here? See this little scratch? I don't know if you can see my cursor. It's not a fly on your screen. Don't break your TV and send me a bill. See this little scratch right here? See these tool marks? What look like tool marks or perhaps crowbar marks on the interior of the housing right here? You can see it pretty well.
you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Oh, so she
Before
said
or
3
after you
times.
found John?
after we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman?
Do you remember that song, 3 is the Magic Number? I think it came from maybe like
How far of
Schoolhouse
a
Rock.
ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know.
Let's bring up all the broads
I
in
didn't
town.
know
Okay.
where he was or why he was missing.
This is like with friends like
Describe the
these
mood
two.
in the
With
car.
friends like these two, you don't need enemies. Let's bring up every broad in the neighborhood that maybe John banged before Karen, or let's bring them all up while she's in the car to totally gaslight her. This is with friends like this, you don't need enemies, ladies. You just don't. Yeah, so I brought up another lady, not only Bella's mom, but someone else. They're trying to make it like she was in such a jealous rage. But then again, in his opening, didn't he say that he didn't think that she intended to hit him, that it was not intentional, that she put her car in neutral and then she gunned it? He's basing his entire theory of the case on alleged, quote, confessions now. This is his whole MO, right? So the first witnesses are all going to be the ones who allegedly heard these confessions. And notice how 3 is the magic number. Everything is in 3s. If you watch any, experts on who's our favorite guy who does the Truth Revealed, he's an interrogator. People lie in 3s, right? Keep track of all the 3s in your head. Keep track of all the gaslighting that's going on. Why are you
Where he
bringing up the other
walking,
broads in the
say that John-
neighborhood?
And Jen said,
When Jen McCabe is going to say that she called Julie Albert to see if perhaps he was sleeping over there, which is an outright lie because she saw John outside the house. Why would she think he walked home from Waterfall with Chris Albert? Makes 0 sense. But this is why, ladies, you should keep your circle small. Just a little advice from a lady who's like me, who's been, this isn't my first rodeo. I have enough life experience to pick this broad out of a line up of people I would not want as my friends. But hang on, I digress. Here we go.
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
8
Yes.
minutes?
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister.
She's just said it takes about 8 minutes, right, to get from One Meadows to Fairview. Put a pin in that also, because he's going to want to make you think that all of a sudden Karen's Mario Andretti and she smacked into John with her car and was able to get all the way back and hook up to the Wi-Fi by 12:36. She just said it takes 8 minutes.
There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated
she doesn't
voice.
remember.
She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
You don't remember now, but you remembered last year exactly what she was saying, and you can bet that you're going to be skewered on cross. What did you say on Good Morning America? I hope they bring up that video. At least 5 of you have sent it to me already. Thank you so much. We'll watch it. Maybe if we can, because Good Morning America might strike me. So I'll think about it. But I hope the defense team has a copy of that video so they can use it on a cross.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that
There's something remarkable that happened on Spring Lane that Kerry forgot. Obviously, he's asking that question for a reason, right?
when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes,
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back?
Began to dig his head out of the snow. Wait for the weatherman. The weatherman's going to come. He's a TV weatherman. He's pretty famous, I think, in the Boston area. You guys have told me. He's going to tell you. I think that there are maybe 2 to 3 inches of snow, but she had to dig his head out of the snow. Okay.
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine. But his right eye looked like it was huge.
Looked like somebody punched him in the face?
Had something happen to it.
Like somebody punched him? Like he had a big egg?
And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I kept
Dig. Let's see the shovel emoji. Dig. I don't know if she knew what she was doing with the mouth to mouth. Wait till she gets to the point where she says she thought she had her period because she had blood on her face. Okay.
carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
Jackson, how do you know?
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him,
He was actively bleeding out of his nose and mouth, and he wasn't dead. You don't bleed when you're dead. Ed Wallace, you can correct me on that. Any doctors in the chat, you can correct me on that, but you don't actively bleed when you're dead.
blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you
think-
brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes,
Did you brush it off from both sides?
yes,
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
yes,
So did you have gloves on?
no,
Bare hands?
yes,
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
yes,
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
no,
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions?
How long did you give chest compressions? Okay, Karen Reed said in one of her interviews on television that she pulled a piece of the glass out of John's nose and it started bleeding. But Brennan is going to making her say there was no glass on his face, therefore Karen Reed is a liar. I mean, this is his whole entire theory of his case is based on confessions and lies, not science and physics. So it's based on the hearsay of some people who apparently didn't like Karen. It's always been my theory that John was the one that got away and everybody wanted John. All the desperate housewives of Canton wanted John. Kerry Roberts went to something like her junior prom or homecoming or something with John all the way back in high school. John was the one that got away for a lot of these witnesses. So keep that in mind too.
To Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh,
Did you give chest? How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point.
Jen did CPR now?
And then
Hold on.
the EMTs came. So however
Chat,
long it took
is
for
this
them.
the first time we've ever heard that Jen McCabe gave any chest compressions? Jen took over? Yeah. What? I don't think Jen ever got out of the car. She was talking to her sister, talking to 911. She did not. Yes. Okay. Thank you. It's new, right? Okay, good. Good. I love you guys so much. We're so collaborative. Boiled Frog, I love you, but please don't curse in the chat just because YouTube doesn't like it. All right. Hang on.
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Carrie, Jen, Carrie, Jen.
Boy, she and
Was
Jen
anything
practiced
said-
that because that sounds so much like Jennifer McCabe's testimony when she said, Jen. Let's take that back because the acting skills are on point. They've practiced.
At
You can
that-
tell. Hang on.
She was just running around screaming, Carrie, Jen.
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? That's in the report.
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
Objection. She's not a
The
weatherman.
temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them.
Help on the
Work on 'em.
way.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
maybe a half hour.
Girl,
When
you
the
did
first
not
responders
study.
were trying to
Girl.
save John.
Thank you, Britt Happens is here. Thank you. Thanks, Britt. You did not study your timeline well enough. Maybe a half an hour. You're supposed to know your timeline, girl. If nothing else. You have one job, Carrie. One job. Peggy O'Keefe told you to make a timeline. How are you failing that one job? Yeah, Ed's right. Well-practiced testimony, but she won't look at the jury.
Well, the entire morning.
Oh, I don't, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
For
What
those
did
of you who
do
don't
after that
know,
phone call?
I can't do this again refers to the fact that Mrs. O'Keefe tragically also lost her daughter, Kristen, prior to John's death. Her daughter, Kristen, I think, you can correct me if I'm wrong, was diagnosed with a brain tumor and died quickly, relatively quickly after. And then a few months after she died, Kristen's husband died, leaving the niece and nephew of John O'Keefe orphaned. He adopted them and took on raising them. And he had been raising them for something like 7 or 8 years prior to his death. And so when she says, that's what Mrs. O'Keefe said, I can't do this again, that's what she meant, losing a child, which is tragic. And that should happen to no one. Nobody has Kerry Roberts' cell phone records. And so none of this can really be validated. To my knowledge, I don't think anybody has the records, right?
What did you do?
And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser.
Here it goes.
And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside.
The police put Jen and Karen in a cruiser because this is when Jen McCabe says they were praying the Our Father, and Karen told her to Google how long to die from hypothermia. There's no cruiser video of them being in the backseat of that car, of course. There's no audio recording, even though all the other dash cams were on, and they also have interior cameras that would have been on. She's got to make the story tighter, right? She's got to make it tighter. Karen didn't pray. Nuttall wouldn't agree that she was praying. You're right. But this will be the hill that Kerry will die on. You watch. If you're ahead on another stream, please no spoilers because we want to enjoy this together for the first time.
I was standing outside just watching, and Karen was the
Let's hear it again.
ambulance to see what was Karen in the back. The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him.
So Karen's sitting in the backseat of the car. You're standing out there looking into the ambulance. Is the window open in the car in the blizzard? She's talking to you through the window? Make it make sense, Kerry. Make it make sense. Hello? If she says that she overhears Karen say, Google, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? My head's going to pop off. It's going to roll down the street. You're going to see blood everywhere. How can she hear them talking when she's outside the car and they're inside the car? Remember how cold it is? She just told you how cold it is. Hold on.
And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on.
She grabbed your shirt from inside the car? Is the door open? Oh, for the love of God.
I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT in the ambulance with the EMTs. And I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
Sounds like
At
he's
some
getting
point,
mad
you
at
saw
her.
them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
He's
I
getting
don't know.
annoyed at her.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not.
What
And
about
I checked his pulse.
bleeding?
No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
It's a scoop
Shortly
director.
after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and
Really?
picked up the phone and the two baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him?
Objection
You said you
sustained.
picked up a couple of items.
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and two blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
Of what? A
And
fire
the blankets you
EMT?
picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
And does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before?
There's video of her picking up the phone. Is that new video too? Somewhere around 6:12 or 6:19. I have never ever. Here's a retired detective lawyer or a retired defense lawyer says, I have never seen a case like this in my entire career. New twist. She's a liar. Did you see 47 pieces of red tail light anywhere near his body? No, didn't. Because now that she's saying that she saw a big piece of taillight missing from Karen's car, wouldn't that be something that you would notice and say, aha?
Or until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that moment?
He's going to try and make the timeline fit all the motion that started on John's phone sometime after 6:04 a.m. He's going to try and tie it to Kerry. All the steps that phone took. And she doesn't remember who she gave it to or when she gave it to them, but this is important. So I'm going to take it back a smidge, just a scooch. Looks like a lizard.
You gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
And does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the
I
heat on
think I
it?
kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the
Barely?
only one on the highway.
Were you
I
white
spun out
knuckled?
a couple times.
Can you
right
describe
near-
what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car and that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, he's gone, Peg. And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me.
I didn't know what they knew. Let her
from
keep
the
talking.
ambulance.
This is very dangerous what
on
he's
the
doing
phone,
right now
Mrs. O'Keefe said,
because he's not controlling her. He's allowing her to just spew a narrative. And we know she's a talker. She's a talker. She's going to talk herself into some things that she's not going to be able to unsay because you can't unring the bell. He should be asking her yes or no questions. He should not be letting this witness go off on a narrative. This is very dangerous. Danger, danger, Will Rogers, danger. Warning.
at some point said, he's gone, Peg. And he slammed his hands on the dashboard, but they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance, and on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way."
He's a grown man. And you just left him? Think about that. He's a grown man. We know from the vitreous fluid at autopsy, his blood alcohol content was close to 0.29. And you just left him, a grown man at a party. Think about that.
Way to the hospital.
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
no,
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
The mood, he's big on mood today.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take him into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
Objection.
She'll allow it.
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Strike that statement.
Yeah, of course she keeps talking, even though there's an objection. Let's hear it again. Can't unring that bell. The jury heard it. Remember, Dr. Rice was one of the worst witnesses during the last trial. He didn't remember a damn thing. I wonder if he's been prepped this time. The family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in.
Hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Ms. O'Keefe told me. That's hearsay.
Strike that statement.
Yeah, strike it.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the
Oh, they
only way
look
to
like
describe it.
raccoons. They look like raccoons? Because they were filled with blood? Who told you to mention raccoon eyes, babe? Babe, raccoon eyes is not bloody eyes. That's petechial hemorrhage. Raccoon eyes is the black eyes. So get your medicine straight. She was poorly prepped. Listen. Yeah, they let a non-family member to go in and look at his body. Of course they did. During COVID restrictions, by the way. Mm-hmm.
At this point, there was a trail of blood
He's still
going
bleeding,
toward
apparently.
the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better. seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye
It had an ice cube on it.
out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your
An ice
Honor, may I
cube?
approach?
Yes.
She
Yeah,
pulled an ice
approach
cube
that.
off of his eye.
Okay.
Sure it wasn't glass? This is all an ice cube. Yeah, ice cube has entered the chat. Ice cube, iced tea. Was there an ice cube tray found nearby? Great question. Yeah, you can't make it up. You guys, if a Hollywood writer's room scripting this as a pilot, somebody would try to pitch this to a network as a pilot and they would laugh him out of there. They'd laugh him out of the conference room and they'd be like, yeah, nobody would ever believe this. Come on, it's ridiculous. She pulled an ice cube off of him. Paul O'Keefe from Karen's drink, an ice cube from Karen's drink. Yeah, that's what it was. We're a little behind, so, I know we want to get to cross, so I'm going to
I'm going to show you a
F-bap a
photograph.
bit.
Yeah.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
If they show this, I may have to, what'd you
I'd
say?
like
Ask
to
that the
mark
camera
this as
don't
exhibit.
show
I
it.
will not publish it.
Oh, they're not going to publish it. It's an autopsy photo. Do you think she's going to need a break? Did anybody give her tissues? Or there are tissues on the stand? Cue the ugly cry. Cue the ugly cry. Does she have tears? I don't know. Get her a cry stick. There's a thing called a cry stick that you can buy on Amazon.
Yeah,
Actors
close
use
her
it
Yes.
when they need to cry on camera. You just dab it right underneath your eye, and the tears come. I'm here to help.
Thank you.
Did he give her a tissue? Yes, he did. He did. Cue the tissue. Dab. Just a little dab will do you. Name that product. That was the tagline. Just a little
ready?
dab will do you.
Yeah.
After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital,
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keefe's when he arrived? And she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, are you Mr. Reed or something of that nature? And I said, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keefe. And Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information. And eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keefe home and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe home to John's house.
Yes, it's
Before
Brill
you
cream.
left John, did you take a bracelet
It is Brill cream. A little dab will do you.
from him?
When Mrs. O'Keefe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Did
Yeah.
you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
Where's the bracelet
When you
now? She
arrived
still
in
wears it.
Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And
Was that before or after you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house? Let's see if she says she took Jen McCabe to Sergeant Lank's house to drop her daughter or to pick up her daughter, because there's some conflicting stories about why they were at Lank's house. And the only reason they know they were at Lank's house is because they got Jen McCabe's location data.
where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours, maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night,
Yes.
and after that night,
Okay. When he says the next day, are we talking about now the 30th? Because the 29th he was found on the morning of the 29th. That was the whole, okay. So now it's the 30th. Yeah. Karen had gone back to Dighton with her parents. That's why she wasn't there.
shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes.
regularly?
Sorry. Is he talking about Jen McCabe now or Mrs. O'Keefe? Hold on. Sorry.
You only met Miss McCabe once
Jen
before
McCabe.
that night,
Yes.
and after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said.
Very often.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person,
Yes.
spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Becomes
Yes.
list.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become?
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this
Yeah.
day?
Yes.
Keep your, you know what they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father.
Oh, really?
My daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your
Michael
daughter's
Lake.
friend's father.
Oh, we knew
And
that because she
does
went to
he
his
have
house.
children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you?
How convenient.
He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lang's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lang before you found John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that?
Where were the other kids?
You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat.
Where were the other kids? Wait a second. She had two of her kids and Jen's daughter also. They were all together in the same car. Then they went to Lanks to drop off her daughter. Where were the other kids? How does this other one get in the back of the car? Hold on. I have so many questions.
Had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids.
4 kids all
And then
together.
when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
Were the other 3 kids
And
in the
did you do
car?
that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was
Who cares?
not well.
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lang's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes.
And where were the children? There's 3 children that are not accounted for. We saw her car. Does she have a 3rd row? How did this woman get into the back seat? I have so many questions. If those children were in the car, they are witnesses to whatever this conversation was, that this woman, Sergeant Lank's wife, comes out to the car. It's still freezing cold, I'm assuming, because, you know, nor'easter and all. They're all sitting in the car instead of going into her house and having a little coffee. I don't believe it. How big is her car? Yeah, we saw her car in the video, in the dash cam video. She opened up the tailgate to get those blankets out. She only has 2 kids. Do you think she's got a card with the 3rd row? I don't think so. Probably not.
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
Yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lang's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get inside information about this case?
No,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't
did.
Answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay.
Why did she stop coming to
Were
court?
you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes.
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
What? She's not a victim. Why does she have a victim advocate? It's the victim witness advocate. So she's now contacting, she's watching YouTube. Whose show are you watching on YouTube? That's what I want to know. Who's your YouTuber of choice? And so you contacted Yuri Buchanan, Steve Nelson, and Michael Lank. She's calling them all.
Buchanan, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Oh, Michael Marcy's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well
Her mental
It was-
state.
in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
All separate rooms. She's telling them everything. I want to see the timeline. I don't think we've ever seen the timeline. I want to see it.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4. Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay?
Good point. Proctor's dishonorable discharge. Why did Carrie not tell her husband that Karen said John's dead after Karen called her at 5 a.m.? She said, John's missing. Let's go. Cross.
Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
That's Carrie's car. You can see it. It doesn't have a third row. There would have been no room for her to get in the back seat with 3 kids, and Jen and Carrie are in the front seats.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Okay, hold on. She says she's picking up the phone and the blankets. It says 6:11:31. Keep that time in mind, 6:11:31, because I believe the phone started moving before 6:11:31, but let's just take that video back a smidge.
Picking up the phone.
There, please.
You see, it looks like she bends over. Let's keep an eye on the left of the video.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
Okay, now that we know that that's her with the fur on her head, I'm going to rewind it again because the original person that I saw standing by the flagpole is a first responder. I said I'm thinking to myself, that looks like a uniform jacket, not her jacket. So that puts her to the left as you're looking at your screen of this person. See if you see her bending down or anything. I'm going to full screen it for you so you can see it better and let it play through. Except I didn't go back far enough. Hold on.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
Except this person that you see standing up right here, and you can see their face clearly, that's a first responder. That is not her. So she's to the left on your screen of that person. You can't really see what she's doing or anything. Taking it back a little smidge. Keep watching the fur person because now she's saying she had the fur. So that makes the person without the fur right here, Jen and Karen. You can see Karen doesn't have a hood
Could you
on.
stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
She just closed the trunk. She didn't put anything
Is
in
that
there.
you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
Through all of this yelling and screaming, those Alberts never woke up and came out of the house. You would think this would be the car, right? That they put Karen and Jen in. No handing the phone to a cop, no blankets. Yep. No Karen screaming at Nuttall, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
We learned that that's a signal from inside the cruiser laptop, that phone ringing sound.
you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No,
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her. And Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please.
Didn't she say she picked up the phone when they put him in the ambulance? Because now they're just coming with the stretcher to scoop him up. That's when she said she picked up the phone originally, right? When they picked up his body and she saw the grass and she picked up the phone, which is after the time that she just said it happened at 6:11. Now it's 6:14. And now they're just putting him on the stretcher. So, yeah. No, she didn't want to comfort Karen. She couldn't be anywhere near her. Yes.
Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue.
This is when she says she picked up the phone after they picked up his body and put him on the stretcher. Yeah. I mean, if you can't keep your lies straight, you got no
Continue to
business.
watch the area near the flagpole, please.
Oh,
Oh, now she's walking back there. Is she going to correct herself? Now she's picking up. You can see her shaking out the blankets. Evidence.
Stop, please.
And she's going to take the evidence with her.
That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets.
Okay.
Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
6:15:22.
That location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it, so we get an opportunity to view it. I want to get to another moment in it.
Yeah, let's edit it some more.
Objection? Thank you.
Is she really going to take those blankets with her that she wrapped his head in? She's going to put them in her trunk? So she's just tampering with evidence. She's trampling all over the crime scene. Wow. And the timestamp on that was 6:15:22.
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilman. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
So when Jen McCabe is talking up all the first responders, she doesn't go in the house to make sure that her sister and her brother-in-law and their children aren't killed as well and dead. Because, he works in the Fugitive Task Squad unit and he works around dangerous criminals every day. But she's not concerned about them and whether or not they may have been murdered too. Not a light on in that house. You can see it to the left of your screen. And we know she made 2 phone calls to her sister at around 6:07 that were 9 seconds and 7 seconds long, although both of them claim
What
the
are you
phone
doing,
wasn't
Ms.
answered.
Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
You just found your friend dead and you're concerned with cleaning off your car, and then none of this makes any sense, right? And Brian Albert leaves his front door unlocked. Yep. He's got no ring cameras, no surveillance system. Boston PD. Cleaning off the car. What a mess. Right, cleaning her car with blood-soaked hands, yeah.
Could you please stop? Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Oh,
Was it before or after?
She was
this
praying
moment
with
on the
them
video?
too.
Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
if she says, I heard her say,
you
Google how
continue,
long to die in
please?
hypothermia, I'm gonna, my head's gonna pop off. Thank you, Sarah Be Creative, for your quote from the musical Rent. Too cute by half. Nobody remembers the bracelet being mentioned in 1.0. Same thing Sweet Caroline said. She says 1.0, the bracelet wasn't mentioned. It was a necklace Peggy couldn't get off his neck. I've counted at least 6 embellishments or new recollections. Thank you, Sweet Caroline. And too cute by half. Danielle says they should add Jen McCabe's voice to Waze since she's so good at directing people. Of course, there's no audio on this, so we have no idea. Now the timestamp on this is 6:20, 20, 6:20, 30, 31, 32.
Stop, please, just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please.
That is, did it just go backwards the time to 6:20?
Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22.
It went back in time, right? It wasn't me. I thought, I mean, am I blind? I thought it said 6:30 something, and now it's at 6:21:41. Ex-Muffin Man. Phone data shows the phone moves at 6:04:01 to 6:11:30, and then again at 6:15:14 to
Do you know where you
6:21:21.
walked?
No, I
Are
do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
I never heard too cute by half either, Sons 107. Don't feel bad.
Stop, please. This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Miss McCabe is at this point?
No,
He's got to make,
Or the defendant?
he's
no.
got to make the timeline
Please
fit.
continue.
He's got to make the timeline fit of exactly when Jen McCabe searched Haas along to Diane Cold in the morning. Or the first search was actually how long TIDI in CIKD, something such as like that. Second search was at 6:24 and something was Haas along to Diane Cold.
Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
Come on, Carrie, you got to stick to the script. We know you've been prepped on this. No Spock's brain worms. It's going to be on Karen's dime when they come for voir dire, not the court. The court doesn't pay for that. She's got to pay for it.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Miss McCabe in this view?
No,
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Tomfoolery, shenanigans, and ballyhoo. Adjust your robe, Bev. Your bias is showing. That's what I call it. Do they have a baseline for Jen's heart rate? Just asking. Don't know. Good points. JR thinks Hank absolutely doctored those documents he turned over last night at 10:45 p.m. Somebody's on the phone. I think it's one of the, so it's the Roth on the phone to the right walking around with the black and gray jacket. Yeah, they went and sat in the only car that didn't have a dash cam. Of course. But he did say it was a patrol car, right? Or she did say it was a patrol car. So it wasn't anybody's personal vehicle. That's Matt McCabe. In the jacket that looks, no, because it looks like an official jacket because they all have the same one. Like blue with gray. And Carrie's running over now to her car.
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
that was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
It says 6:26.
6:26:25.
25.
Continue, please.
Jen has to get in there and talk to the cops.
And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
She doesn't know. She got Look at Jen telling the story. Her hands are moving around. She's talking with her hands.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 6:34:48.
She's got a whole story. She wants to make sure they hear every word of it. Can't see anything except you should certainly see Jen's hands moving around while she tells her story. She's very animated. And remember, this is 6:20, 8:07. By 9 a.m., she calls Lank on his personal phone and says, hey, can you come back? I forgot to tell you this. I forgot to tell you. Karen was running around saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Want to make sure you got that in your report, Lanka. We know Matt McCabe is here at some point because Matt and Jen did ask Tully to show them the dash cam footage of the both of them. And he did during their first prep before the first trial. Yeah, and Jen's the one who says that Kerry's a talker.
Is that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
Everyone hit the like button. That would be great. Thanks, Mozzie. Thanks, Beetlejuice Brennan. So we know Matt is here around this time. I just don't know which one he is. If he's even in there. And Jen is speaking animatedly to at least four, looks like four men. Somebody actually has a pad out and is taking notes, it appears. In the blizzard-like conditions, as they say. It appears to be that he's taking notes, but didn't they say they had no notes? Of course, of course. So, coincidentally, she must have been Googling how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD outside of frame. There's no footage of that. Nobody wrote down, I hit him in any of the reports that day. Nope. No, they sure didn't. What if Matt's Googling? Oh, that's a good point. Matt's there, right? Did he take her phone? I don't know. First on scene, Saraf, Mulaney, and Good. So the fourth person there must be him. Taking notes in a blizzard, yep. I don't think he's there yet. Jen hasn't gone in the house yet. Well, we know there's footage of him there because they asked to see it. Next to show up is Lank. Bella's mom. I love how you changed your name. Bev needs a downward dog and a child's pose. Yeah, for sure. Some ujjayi breathing. Tammy will cover this one later. Melissa was agreeing with me about Rafferty. Says, I thought of that straight away too. Me too. I guess Brennan doesn't know he's putting the jury to sleep by now. Yeah, Proctor's dishonorable discharge. 2 Canadians chiming in saying, this is blizzard, looks like a snowfall. Dennis the Menace. Proctor's dishonorable discharge. This snowfall's our Easter bunny dandruff in Canada. And ShamWow, also from Canada, says the wipers are as bad as the investigation. Amelia wants to know, did they add these timestamps? Why are they not on the defense video? More tomfoolery. Jen McCabe's Apple data shows her walking at 6:19 a.m. That's
Do you know who
interesting,
you're
Mackenzie.
speaking with?
I don't know.
Do you know who you're speaking with? I don't see her there. That's Jen McCabe. Hang on. Oh, she's on the right, all the way on the right, on the phone.
Do you
Looks
know
like.
who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
(6:32:54). Looks like she's on the phone, right? Except Jen was calling Matt after this, says Gazzo. Okay, that's interesting.
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
All right, we can fast forward through the break. If you're ahead in another stream, please no spoilers because we want to watch the cross together. And look at this, we get to FF right through the break. And we're going to be there soon because we're only now 5 minutes behind. So here we are.
Watch the video until. Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
More crappy video. Sounds like somebody's playing a video game inside the police car. They asked for a bigger TV screen this time, but how does this incriminate Karen in any way? That's a great point. It doesn't. It doesn't. John O'Keefe still was not hit by a car, and this doesn't prove that he was. So, I don't know. Okay, that's where Jen, I think this is when Jen goes in the house around this time. So Jen's walking now towards, well, there she is. She's next to the car. There's Kerry with the fur in the front. With the hood, with the fur, with the fur, with the fur. She's got the hood with the fur and the fur. Now there's sound. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? How the sound kind of comes and goes in dribs and drabs. The sound just reveals itself. During the pertinent portions of the video, when somebody may have been yelling, "Google how long to die from hypothermia," the sound is not working. Or perhaps it was edited out. Who knows? Did Jen slink off yet?
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Could fast forward just a little bit more, please.
Anybody recognize that sound going on in the background? Is that like something that you would hear inside of a patrol car? Or is that something that you would hear on a video game?
Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
So is he going to say the battery temperature was getting warmer because she was sitting in her warm car? And she still had the phone in her pocket? Sounds like an iPhone alarm. Thank you.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point,
I'm sorry.
do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the timestamp on this video. And it says 6:35:45. Okay. I'm not that blind. I can read it. 6:35:45. What does he say the time says? Hold on.
Side of my
6:34:36.
Stop it.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of
It's
my car.
6:35,
And at that
45.
point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No,
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
no,
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
yes.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, here we go. Here's Cross. I'm waiting all day for this, for Pete's sake. Do you think he's salivating? Alan, do you think Alan's salivating? I would FF, but I don't want to miss a minute. So let's watch this together in real time. We're a little behind real time, so please no spoilers, please. Smash the like button while we're waiting
Your
for
Honor,
it
may
to
I?
start.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
maybe around there,
Okay.
maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? From Mr.
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay.
A
Were
rapport.
those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not
Oh,
my question.
My,
but I'm answering your
God.
question.
Hold on.
she's getting into witness harassment. Bang, bang. Let's go. They're not supposed to talk about the witness harassment, right? But organically, she all of a sudden brings it up. That wasn't the question. She's already gotten it out in front of the jury. Let's go. Okay, here we go. That wasn't the question. What was the
That's not my-
question? How many times, under what circumstances did you contact Mr. Morrissey?
District attorney with or conversation. What about the conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district
Right out the
attorney?
gate.
What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my
Wow.
question.
Objection.
but I'm answering your question.
Hold on.
Wow.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you.
Brennan objected to that? Okay. This was part of the rehearsal. Yep.
Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the logistics, I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Butnik? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Butnik?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time.
She did say at the last trial, right? At the last trial. Hang on. I wasn't at the last trial. Hold on. I'm taking it back.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Last trial.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
How do you not know?
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings? You
Tully.
said there was 2 meetings, or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
This
Meaning,
week?
What, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
Text messages, emails.
reports?
No,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen.
So you were shown something on the screen. Like video
Talked about my
testimony?
testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial.
Like
a
on
TV
video?
screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Yeah, because she's like, you keep talking about the last, she keeps
You
talking
are-
about the last trial. And the jury's not supposed to really know that there was a last trial or a first trial, but everyone lives in the county. And unless they were living under a rock, they know. Ooh, are we really going to be able to catch up to real time? So they're at sidebar now. She's probably trying to put a plug in that. Were you shown anything? No. Except a video of my testimony. They did not cross her during the last trial, no.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos, like videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testify today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
How do you know what
You
he
and
could see?
Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
That's
Yes.
right.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
Mm-hmm.
He was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his
I
patrol
do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of
Oh,
focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead.
There's no timestamp on this video.
Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, "My boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home"?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay.
Um,
When the judge says that to the witness, I call that coaching the witness. Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts? Let the witness answer the question as it was posed to her. Judge, what you're doing is prejudicial. It's coaching. It makes it look like you're on the side of the prosecution, and it's improper. Let's listen to this again. I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to rewind it. You may need to turn up the volume on your end, but don't forget to turn your volume back down. And is the door open as they pull up to this car? I have questions. We're not too far behind, so we're going to do this now instead of later.
You saw it and you looked at it on direct examination.
Yes.
Okay. In just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
She was indicating blood coming out of the left nostril. She pointed to her left nostril coming down towards the mouth. She did say that it looked like a golf ball, the hematoma to above his right eye.
You're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes.
and just
Oh, he cleared up the
basically
record.
just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek.
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
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 Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus. You got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know
Call the
if it was
sirens.
when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson, hold for sirens. Hold for sirens, everyone.
Changing line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure.
Look at Wim coming in and
It's
gifting
the
5
SG
memberships.
SGJ, the
Thank you, Wim. Thank you, Wim.
grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
No, this is not the Jen McCabe School of Testimony, giving them things to refresh their recollection. May I see my transcript? His question was, do you remember saying
I've
that?
already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does.
We have a little room, so.
Do you have the pages after this?
No.
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say,
My question, Mr. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? Do you see it in the?
yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Who's been coaching her aside from the obvious?
Your Honor, may I approach?
It
Yes.
said John Mayer approach. Hold on. Hold on. John Mayer has entered the chat. John Mayer approach. That's what the subtitles say. If you know, you know.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time? Thank you. Just for reference, I'd like to, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
Future trial lawyers, listen up. This is how it's done, okay? Some people say he's being too easy on her. He's being too soft. He's not on his game today. He's reeling her in. This is like fishing, you guys. He's reeling her in. He's being nice. He's trying to get her, lull her into a false sense of security, make her feel comfortable up there on the stand until the walls come crumbling down. Never a mistake. Softness.
What I'm looking for is still not
or
here because I did
weakness.
say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for
Yeah, she's just, she just wants to like show for the jury. Listen to what you just said. I'm sorry, I was talking over it.
What I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't sure if it was
Yes.
before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for
Brennan's not going to be happy with her performance.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, about 2 years ago.
Yes.
3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. You were
Getting
asked
snippy.
the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into the It's a driveway. There's two cars and then two cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to
I'll allow it.
take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video.
GB adding to the playlist. We have a Spotify playlist mixtape for this trial and trial 2. It's combined. We have over 100 songs on it. It's more than 8 hours of music. We're going to add John Mayer's
Can you
Stop This
pause?
Train.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through.
Is Jen McCabe wearing pajamas? Did she not have time to put like regular pants on? Is she wearing pajama pants? I need to know. They all ran in the house.
You can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Even better.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
No.
So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
And remember, that first grand jury was in April. He said it was April 6th of 2022, a little more than 60 days from the murder. This is the grand jury that was convened to upcharge Karen to second-degree murder from the original charge of something, I don't remember what it was, vehicular manslaughter maybe? A little over 60 days after the murder. Belinda, I will allow slow dancing in a burning room. Love it. PJs for the win. Faulty memory, faulty towers. We talked about Faulty Towers yesterday. Great show. I think it was a BBC show. Basil, John Cleese.
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere.
Kathleen Prince, maybe?
Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So,
Oh,
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
she's going
And
to
you
talk
did
about
your best,
shock
I'm
a
sure, Ms.
lot.
Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible to
Full-throated
provide
has
them with as
entered
much
the
detailed
chat.
information
Is
as you
anybody
could and
playing
be
the
as honest as
bingo?
you could.
Because we were too late for the bingo card. Sorry. Shock and horror. Full-throated. Who's AJ's full-throated motion? Are you here today? It's full-throated. She's in shock and horror. She's going to talk about shock a lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
Oh, she's got to add that
interview-
in. Answer the damn question, ma'am. Answer. You didn't mention anything about a taillight. It's a yes or no question. You answer yes or no. This is what I would always tell my witnesses when I was prepping them. If the question can be answered with yes or no, you say yes or no. That's it. You do not volunteer any information. Let the lawyer do his or her work and get the information out of you. A yes or no question requires a yes or no, and you stop there. But no. She's going to be smarter than him. I didn't want to accuse anyone of anything. Okay, she didn't tell them about a broken taillight. She was in shock, full-throated, didn't want to lie, no gag reflex, but here we go.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question.
She wasn't prepped very well.
On
She didn't
February
know the
1st,
dates of her
or
interviews.
whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
She's telling them everything. It's said in the group text messages of Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe and Brian Albert and Nicole Albert. There's Karen. How she does this every day, I don't know. Kerry, the full-throated talker. I'll allow it.
May I approach?
Yes.
I love how David Yannetti sits strategically between Karen and Paul O'Keefe
You have a two-page report, Ms. Roberts.
to
I have
protect her.
a little dot on the second page, just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight. If you want to take a look at that. Okay. May I?
Yes.
Election that you were interviewed.
Okay, here we go.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe
That was Connor Keefe.
and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
You don't get to ask me questions.
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Does it matter?
Okay.
Why would she?
Does
What?
that refresh your recollection that you did this?
Okay, I'm just gonna say she's a moron. She's a moron. Really? Now you're asking him questions as if you're the one allowed to do the questioning? Did Connor Keefe write that report? Why? Are you gonna call him a liar? Does it matter? Wow, that was fantastic. Hang on, we gotta hear it. This deserves a rewind. I see Kelly Reed in the second row, looking beautiful as always. Hey, Cal. Here we go.
By a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince.
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward.
Yes,
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
correct,
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes, that's the piece I was referring to in the
Okay.
middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson.
Okay.
Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
Okay.
I don't know the exact date, but yes,
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
yes,
of you arriving?
yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't
The
know.
sirens.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Oh, she's looking nervous.
Yes,
Okay. And then ultimately, you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No,
Any communication like that?
no,
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
correct.
And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes,
He is friends with you.
his daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes,
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family.
no, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No,
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lang.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lang there. Yes,
Was he the, excuse me. Oh, I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
no, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do I need to know the date? She's ridiculous. Oh, Glara's giving us fair warning that AJ's cutting the floor around her. She's about to go through it. This is going to be good.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sure whatever's in that message was shown to her intentionally to throw her game off. Now look at her game now. She's like, the cat that swallowed
You
the
indicated that
canary.
you did recognize Sergeant Lang at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
Nope. I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. And that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
And
you
she
also
was
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house. So she was leaving to go home with me. So I was
So-
going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
You
So
said
you picked her up
Yes.
at her house
Yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house, is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the
Then
O'Keefe's house?
left a couple of kids and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house.
Left
so I
the
drove
kids?
my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
why
Yes,
would you
'cause I
leave
was
the
driving her
kids
home.
at the O'Keefe's?
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you
What-
going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I'm want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all
We
went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right. Exactly.
Is he laying the trap?
You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated was in the backseat of your car.
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip,
No, I did not.
but you don't know whether or not Jen did.
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
They just had their
You've indicated
son
that there have been-
die. The O'Keefe's son was just murdered. He's dead. And she's dropping off a couple of kids to hang out over there. Really, while they're all in mourning. Does that even make sense to you? It doesn't make any sense to me, but just thought we'd take a pause, a pregnant pause here before the bomb drops that the glarer is warning us about. So here we go.
You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Just like a little spy for Jenny.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement, free of influence from other people.
Yeah,
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Again,
Sure.
coaching.
A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th. the
She's so
first time
flustered now.
You relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, they just
Do you remember what time
Did a
the interview
drive-by?
was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5.
did the drop in. Bull.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your
confuse her.
conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No,
Was anybody taking notes?
no.
No,
No notes.
none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
How many
No
people were
pads and
there?
pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay. You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's intentional.
On the 29th,
Yeah,
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and
Mhm.
spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No,
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay.
She can't focus. She is
During the course of that interview,
focusing.
when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes,
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
yes,
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
that's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it. Please give it to him at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Sure. Show it to her. Show it to her. Show it to her. Oh, urine Buchanan. Thanks for gifting a member. Did they write Yuri on the closed captions as urine Buchanan? I missed it. Thanks for the gifting. Like a gifting suite here all day long, like they do for the Oscars, the Emmys. It's like one big gifting suite with a snark tank.
January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
Who wrote this report? Who drafted this one? When the walls come crumbling down, we have that one. We have Yannetti's Venus Blue Flannel. It's on the playlist, Spotify. Save your copy. It's in the show notes below this video, our Spotify playlist.
Okay.
May I?
Thank you for resisting arrest for another John Mayer suggestion.
Interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done. We're leaving. We're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted, and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Don, may we approach?
Yeah, because it says that right in the statement. If there's anything else useful. So wait, did she call them back after talking to Jen McCabe and then add some stuff for her statement? Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait so much that I'm going to FF it. We're FFing. So we can catch up a little bit more to real time. Well, Leslie has like an iPad with him.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the report,
No. Bring it to her and show it to her again.
she's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough. So as you sit here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
Oh,
You never said
More
during
shock
the
and
course
horror.
of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything
Hot mic.
about any sort
Hot
of Google
mic.
search or...
Hot mic. And I heard the judge say, Jimmy. Did you hear it? Because I'm going to rewind it. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy.
Didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No. I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were looking at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks.
Everyone smash the like button while she's reviewing this because it helps the algorithm, helps people find us, helps people find out more about this wrongful persecution that is happening in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. There's a lot of channels out there that just
Are
play.
you reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection.
Oh.
of the dates.
Oh, for the date, yes.
That just restream someone else's
Yes.
stream without any commentary at all. And
What date
to me,
was
that's
it?
boring.
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
The puppet master.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term,
Yes.
prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this and you remember this. And okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going
Yes.
over the event with someone else.
She said, yes, it would help influence
So
my
what's
memory.
on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Oh, well done. False memory. False memories have entered the chat. Power of
May I have just a
suggestion.
moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
The power of suggestion. He's doing this on purpose. He's like pausing. May I have a moment? Let her sit there, stew about. Wow, did you just see the eye roll that she gave? Look, come back to your screen if you're not driving. Look at the eye roll. First of all, she's glaring at Brennan like if looks could kill. And then she does an eye roll kind of at the judge. Look, watch. Ready? Here we go. I'm playing it again for you.
Your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Cue eye roll. Lots of blinking and
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
she's going to pass out. More blinking. Oh, there it is. Eyes rolled back in her head. I don't want to miss a minute. I'm not going to fast forward it. I'm just going to let it go. Madam Court Reporter, we have not had the opportunity to meet. You are no Nancy. And
Thank you, Your Honor.
the blazer? What was happening with that blazer? I'm sorry. You're on worldwide
So
television.
the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help
Yeah.
you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean as the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
Oh,
You weren't aware that she, or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the
Objection.
stuff?
Sustained.
hold
Have you ever
on.
been provided?
Really, Kerry? Really? You haven't watched the last trial. You did not go to the VFW hall to have view parties. You have never, ever, until this day, been told about those group messages in which it was said she's telling them everything. Up until today, you still don't know? Hold on. Let's take it back. She's got an excuse, but if they talk constantly, it's never been brought to your attention. I call BS. That's why I got a BS button.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that she, or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the
Objection.
stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided
Yeah.
a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group,
No.
listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
There's Jim's cough. Jim is coughing. I know it's Jim's cough. How sad is it that I
The
can
third time
tell
you
Jim's cough?
told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke
course.
with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Of
Okay.
course you did.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand.
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Oh,
Denise?
Denise has entered the chat. Who's
So she was
Denise?
scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating
She
it?
was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that
She was
would
the
say,
scrivener.
and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
Denise the scrivener.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes,
Right. Was that interview recorded to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just
Willingly.
answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police
Yes.
and handed your phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
Anybody else on the edge of their seat?
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave
Yep.
official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
What a coinkydink.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
Ooh.
In this morning.
This morning they talked. While you're under oath?
Did you discuss your
Biatch.
testimony?
No.
Sorry. Oh, biatch. Oh, biatch. You're not supposed to be talking to anybody while you're under oath. Listen. When was the last time you spoke to Jennifer McCabe about your testimony in this trial? Listen.
McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Oh, really?
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends
Correct.
because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
Oh, don't
When did you
add
talk
too
to her
much.
the last time before this morning?
Last night.
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Derek Carney in the house. AJ so slowly brings up the temperature on the grill. This is a barbecue.
Did you ever?
Thanks, Derek.
Yes.
Oh, let her stew a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you,
Were you at the American Legion Hall talking about your testimony in this case? Were you
to take a
overheard?
look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
Slowly I turn, step by step. Who put that in there in the chat? That was amazing. Christine L. Mall. I'm giving you credit for that. Slowly I turn, step by step. Wasn't that from I Love Lucy? Thank you, Dennis, for gifting 5 memberships. This could go all day at this rate, and I'm here for every minute of it. I am here. Shaggy Wasn't Me says she doesn't even think this is wrong. No, she doesn't. I want Denise, the scrivener, to be called into be put on the stand. Oh, Brennan. Company's coming.
Yes.
Although it wasn't a broken dish.
Take a look. There's
Sounded like a cymbal from Lally's one-man band that just fell on the floor. Because now Brennan has been in charge of the one-man band so far. He's got the cymbals, the clown horn, the accordion,
Okay.
harmonica. So in the Three Stooges, slowly I turn step by step. Why did I think it was I Love Lucy?
Matt,
Inch by inch. Somebody says Three Stooges, somebody says I Love Lucy. I didn't watch Three Stooges, so I'm going to go with I Love Lucy on that, but correct me, Chad, if I'm
Okay.
wrong.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you
Yeah,
like.
seventh
I
inning
forgot to tell you,
stretch.
Anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up.
This is a double header. Yesterday was opening day. That was my baseball reference on my...
that was quicker than we
Thumbnail.
thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
It was I Love Lucy.
Did you take a
thank
look
you.
at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were 2 text messages at around the time of your interview with those 2 troopers?
It
No.
was the honeymooners.
Did you do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No,
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
no,
Call me after.
Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Well, you're going to know when you're confronted with your messages. I think that's what's happening. Jim is sleeping. I think that symbol just woke him up. Oh, Tammy, I didn't mean to have you spit your toast everywhere. I apologize.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes,
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
yes,
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
no,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
She never said about Googling hypothermia. Look at private
Testified
info.
at the grand jury on.
Hold on, before I get to that, private info coming in here with the $50 super chat just to tell us that it was the honeymooners. Ralph would say it to his TV wife, Alice. That is super generous. Amazing. Love it. Okay, here we go.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right?
Jim's coughing again. Jim, you need Ricola. Somebody send Ricola to Jim. I'm going to DoorDash him some Ricola. The worst flavor ever. Black
I have no
licorice
idea.
flavor.
Late April 2022, is that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes,
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
yes,
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but guilty of perjury. Is that right?
yeah,
Jen is not supposed to be watching the trial. You are correct, Kimberly Worley. Thank you for the 5. Al dente, if she has ducks on her blazer, that court reporter, that would be just too appropriate. I can't figure out what it is. Flowers. It kind of look like people, but I don't know. How would Jen McCabe know she's on the stand if Jen McCabe isn't watching the trial? Don't know, Kimberly, because they talk constantly. And in fact, she called her this morning to wish her good luck. Great point, Kimberly. Great point. Denise the Scrivener is here. Get her age. You guys are quick with your name changes. I love it. I love it. Thank you for your super chat.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
So here's the thing. They don't get to impeach them with it if they say that it doesn't refresh their recollection, right? Is that also the rule in Massachusetts? Because God knows we're in the upside down, inside out Narnia of Pilgrim World, Massachusetts, with their rules of evidence and such. Of Massachusetts attorneys. Tom, I don't know if you're still here. Tom Kokonowski is here. He was instrumental in the Brian Camp acquittal. You may remember him from such thing as representing Brian Camp. If she says this doesn't refresh my recollection, is he not allowed to use it? Slowly I Turn was a vaudeville staple. I'll
If you could
allow
read
it.
on to page 83 as well.
And so you can bet he'd been prepped to say, nope, doesn't refresh my recollection. The pape is a shaking in her hands. says BC, and the Gazoo says on top. The Gazoo, right, the Gazoo. He's got,
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
I was told she was asked to Google it, but I didn't hear it. New Hampshire Dude and Goodman gifting membership to Goodman's. Thank you so much. Why don't we do
testified
it
under
in
oath
code? Thank
at the
you.
grand jury that at some point, Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No,
What-
I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Outside praying.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
So far, they've started off with two of the worst possible witnesses in the history of trials, Kerry Roberts and Timothy Nuttall.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you.
Hank has already dislocated both shoulders, patting himself
Bottom.
on the back about with his excellent choice of two opening witnesses. This case will be going on until September at this point. There's 150 witnesses on the combined witness list.
Yep. I say I think, so I'm not
I have
positive.
a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
Okay, again, she just coached her
not my
again.
question.
I am going to object on behalf of the worldwide audience to the judge coaching the witness. This is so improper. Is this allowed? Is this a thing in Massachusetts? Is it? What if anything? Of course it was what if anything. Listen to this again. I've had it with her. I've had it.
Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure.
Thank you, Tom.
Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote? Remember being asked that question?
No.
It's in the fucking transcript, lady. You just read it, but you don't remember being asked the question, so.
May I approach? Yes. Thank you.
So they're prepped to say no. It doesn't refresh my recollection.
16 through 18.
You had one job, Carrie. One job. One.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Can't say mm-hmm. Doesn't translate into the record. She said that to the grand jury. Hence,
That was very detailed, you'll agree, but that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
Location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
that's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Roberts?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you, it was Jen, it was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes,
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
yes,
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
yes,
And the actual words used, you were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah,
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was
Oh.
told she was asked that.
Okay.
In the,
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts.
She didn't hear her ask it.
I'm a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything.
She lied to the grand
I
jury.
did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that,
He walked away from the
reason
mic.
that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Object.
I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms.
Perjury.
Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote.
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
Catching flies. My mouth has been open this whole entire time.
Jennifer McCabe's help influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes,
What? He walked away from the mic. Jennifer McCabe influenced you to tell the grand jury a statement you never heard. Hold on. Is she just admitting that Jennifer McCabe told her to commit perjury? Hold on. I know you can't. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this back. I know you can't hear Alan Jackson. I'm going to repeat his questions. Okay. Can you hear him okay? Because I can't. I've got my volume turned up. Okay. Let's listen. We're going back.
Then you stopped. Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah,
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In the,
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone
What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard my client ask anyone
to Google anything.
to Google
I
anything.
did not.
Did you?
Yet that's what you testified to under oath,
And yet that I did not. And yet that's what you testified under oath, under penalties of perjury.
under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
In front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
The reason that you said that is because someone told you to say that, correct? And Hank Brennan just says object because, he doesn't know what the proper thing to say is in court when you want to object. It's objection, but I'm going to let her answer.
I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with,
So the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with,
that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury.
That influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury.
Correct?
Correct?
Obviously.
He said,
I was
obviously.
telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
the timeline you wrote with Jennifer McCabe's help
The timeline you wrote with Jennifer McCabe's help
influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard.
influenced you to testify in front of a grand jury to a statement that you never heard.
Correct?
Correct? Yes. Wow. This led to her murder charges, by the way.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
You were told that it would be a
They
crime
asked
to lie
you-
to them. Punishable by prison, correct? This is the feds.
Whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Is it the federal
Sure.
interview? So she told the feds the truth. Oh, we can't fast forward through this. People really get, you know who did get charged with perjury? I'm gonna beg to differ. Anybody remember Kayla Montgomery out of New Hampshire, who was jailed for perjury for close to 2 years, may have been 2.5. She was the wife of Adam Montgomery, who took the life of their 5-year-old daughter, Harmony Montgomery. Kayla did go to jail for perjury in the neighboring state of New Hampshire. So, you know, there's that.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, to familiarize yourself with it, if you don't mind. Go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind. Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
She's going to need the time to pick her heart up off the floor. Harmony wasn't Kayla's daughter. You're right. What, you know what I'm saying? They were married. It was Adam's daughter. Harmony was with them. Ed Wallace wants to know, now that she admitted perjury,
That as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
shouldn't the judge
I've
have
never
her?
seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may
Now that she admitted perjury, shouldn't the judge have her arrested after her testimony? I don't know. They waiting outside with handcuffs. No spoilers. She's like, I've never seen this report before. Yeah, because, you know, it came from the feds. Hope it was all worth it, Carrie. Flew by in the chat. Here we go. Did you just, is she wearing Depends? I don't know.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7.
Oh, that was a long report. Is her attorney anywhere in the building? Does she have an attorney? Is her attorney on speed dial? Is Jennifer McCabe frantically calling Kevin Reddington right now?
And if you look,
Come
there's
down
a
to the
small
courthouse.
paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Correct? Na 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 na. All together.
Done?
Hey,
Yep, thank you.
hey,
May I approach?
goodbye. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey.
Ms. Roberts, does
Goodbye.
that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
search.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
Objection to what?
I'll allow it.
Ha.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Oh? Oh,
So
really?
what you told the grand jurors was in fact
A lie.
false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. She just admitted to perjury, but she's trying to say, I misunderstood Mr. Lally's questions. Does anybody believe her? She lied to a grand jury. Look at Lally, my freeze game on point again. Hey, Jen, are you enjoying this? You're not supposed to be watching, but we know you are. We know you are. Look at Lally. He's Gru from Despicable Me. He's writing with his hunchback. He doesn't even know what to say at this point, except I'm sure as hell glad that I'm not doing this today. Wow, just wow. I understood Mr. Lally's question. He's like, don't bring me into this. Let's keep going, shall we? Before she breaks for lunch. We're just a little bit behind. This is Musty TV. Anybody who's not watching this in real time, I feel bad for you. We're only like a couple minutes behind, but we're enjoying every minute of it. Every minute of it. I wonder if she and Jennifer McCabe will speak this afternoon and whether they'll still be friends. I need to know. Here's redirect. Buckle up, buttercups. This is going to be good as he tries to rehabilitate her from the never-ending cliff that she has just fallen off. Praise be. Under her eye.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No,
Were you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you
He's
trying to
leading.
mislead them in any way?
Objection.
He's leading.
Sustain. Watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
yes,
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
Oh, he really doesn't know what he's doing.
Yes.
Page 83, line 19.
This is what happens when you talk too much.
83, line 19. Just read it to yourself and the lines to follow. You got it?
He's going to try and coach her, but does she realize that she's
When you were
facing
asked
prison?
that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No,
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
no,
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you
Did
generalize
begin
your answer?
with at one point?
yes,
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
Objection.
know.
Her testimony speaks for itself. She's not here to explain her grand jury testimony. Okay. She already lied under oath in front of a grand jury. She doesn't get to quantify that now. Self-snitching. She's self-snitching. Hold on.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
yes,
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll
Objection.
allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This
What?
Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
What?
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
She's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. Tell me what I'm supposed to say. Give me a signal. Go do this, do this, do this. Pull on your ear. Tell me which the yes or no. What do you want me to say? I'm glad he just opened the door about her telling everybody everything because she's a talker. And now the door has been opened to everything she ever told everyone. So here we go. She's looking for the signal. Oh, here it is. Look, my freeze game on point. Who's she looking at now? Paul? Peggy? Oh, Peggy's not in the room, right? Because Peggy's supposed to be the next witness.
I'm going to allow that.
Couldn't discuss what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
You couldn't have support of other people.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Why you would want to talk to somebody?
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it helps me get through. And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's
Parents?
parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
Relevance?
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Was there a warrant for your phone?
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone?
No, she gave
to
it
law
willingly.
enforcement?
Sure.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned
Coaching.
my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Coaching.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the
Objection.
answer
Move
is-
to strike. This is
What type of
ridiculous.
information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs.
What type of
pictures.
information did you have? So improper. Did they look for nudes on her phone? I don't know, Trisha, you think?
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.
Yes.
She looked at them before she
At
answered.
some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Daily.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
Who What motivated you to call
Here's the thing. Mr. O'Keefe does not live there. Paul O'Keefe lives there with Mrs. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe lives in a different town, according to the witness list or witless list. So apparently you're not such good friends with the O'Keefes as you claim to be because you say you help them daily, and yet you don't know that John O'Keefe's dad does not live at One Meadows, that he lives in a different town. Hold on. What is the relevance of all of this? And let's just take it back one question. The Ring camera, they replaced it before I think they went and did the measurements because she asked Steve Nelson, the victim witless advocate, if they could replace it. And he said, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
Who, what motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you
Where did it
have
go?
a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know
Objection.
if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Objection.
Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
Yeah, speculation. Now she's a data witness. She's an expert in Ring cam retention policies and iCloud.
You were asked
storage.
questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
Into 34 Fairview? Into what house?
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
In the timeline?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed,
Tell the
you were
story.
asked about the phone calls
The story.
that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
She
You
was
have a clear
listening in
memory.
the other room.
Of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022, at around 5 in the morning when she first called you.
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Carrie, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and
Hold on. He just said influenced. I'm going to take that back.
her in any way about the, was she? Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about
Did
the
she
words
influence your memory?
that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying,
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Kerry, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes.
What do you remember he
She
said?
said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
She might be having some new silver bracelets soon.
Did anybody ever ask
I
you
don't know.
to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Or stick to the script.
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
I want to point things.
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Where's the
Was it, in
timeline?
fact, broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes.
Missing pieces. Now it's pieces. You've said one piece 100 times, but now it's
You
pieces.
saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
Yes.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
When
can't
went into the
rehabilitate her.
house with
Quit.
Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
Take off her shoes.
When
You take any-
we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off.
Now we're going to get into the shoes. This is what Lally closed on. Karen Reed didn't take her shoes off when she went back into the house. So therefore, she must be guilty. She knew John was never coming home because John had a rule that everyone had to take off their shoes. She didn't take off. He didn't bring this out on direct, but now he's doing it. Now he's going to go. He's going to go there. It was the shoes for me. Listen to this nonsense. Okay, good, good. Open the door. Open all the doors. Brennan, ready? Here we go.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
Take
we took off our shoes and
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
You had
Well,
to.
you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no.
You and
They
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
They do
and
now
Miss McCabe.
because Peggy O'Keefe does not respect her dead son's wishes about a shoeless house. Wow, Kerry. Wow, you really stepped in that one. Her lack of self-awareness is mind-numbing. They do now. Now they wear shoes. Okay. Here's the other thing. Why is he opening new doors on redirect? Okay. He's opening new doors, talking about new things, not just the things that were discussed on cross. But you know what? It doesn't matter. It's way beyond the scope, right, Tom? I agree with you. But you know what? This woman is such a talker that she's going to talk herself into more things that now the door's open and now AJ can recross on all of this stuff. They do now. And I've been screaming this into the closet since I started covering this case. If he had a shoeless house and he went into 34 Fairview, he would have taken off his shoes out of respect for that family, especially because it was snowing out or wet out and there was a blizzard, and he would not want to take off his shoes. He would not want to wear his shoes into 34 Fairview. He took his shoes off. He had his socks on. The socks, I don't know if they ever got into evidence. They would have had dog hair on them. They couldn't find one of his sneakers in the morning, which is why when he was redressed to be put outside, he only had one sneaker on. And that's why eventually it was found out by the curb after the scene was left unattended in 20 more inches of snow or however many more inches of snow when the CERT team came back. So thanks, Kerry, for that one, because John would have taken off his shoes at 34 Fairview, because Coco, who loves to clean, says, we came in the front door because there's a little bench there where you can sit down and take off your shoes. Thank you for that. They do now. Hang on. I know I'm talking a lot, but that's why we're here. Entertainment and all. Okay, here we go.
Did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
You
I
take
took
any-
off, we took off our shoes
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
No,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and
you
Miss
do
McCabe?
now.
Do now.
You do now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off and she had already gone in the house.
And you were horrified? Were you horrified? Were you in shock and horror that she did not take off her shoes?
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No,
That was a cringe.
Did you volunteer to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
Did you volunteer to be part of this?
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
The more stories she tells, the better it is for the defense, because she's
Do you
told about
know
15 of them
that
already.
The portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Because Proctor
Despite no
deleted it.
video, you certain that you saw it?
say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
He's so far beyond the scope across that. I mean, it's too cute by half. I still haven't Googled that. I still don't know what it means. Chrissy Mel says she chatted with Good about the Blizzard party. Yep, she did.
Objection.
Okay.
Yeah, approach. It must be getting time for lunch soon. We're a little bit behind, so we're going to FF. Karen goes to all the sidebars because they made a motion for accommodations that she could have some headphones and not have to go up every sidebar, but judge said no.
Trying to save him that.
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes,
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Those were her words.
It's what happened.
She said
Do you
story.
wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you wish it was just a story? Do you wish it was just a story, Carrie? Do you wish? I just want to point out to you guys that NBC 10 Boston has a little over 5,600 people watching, and we have 16,596. You guys are the greatest. Love you guys.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you wish it was a story? Hold on. She's the one who said I told the story. Those were her words.
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's no further question.
Okay. So recross.
Thinks it was a mic drop.
Just asked. Just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything,
What, if anything?
did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard,
Right.
correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes,
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So
Story.
you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that.
Oh, did
But
you
when
just
you
see
were
her
asked,
little
what, if anything, did
look
she
of
ask
shock
Miss
and horror?
McCabe?
Like, how dare you call me a liar? Hang on. Thompson twins have entered the chat. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah, we have an emoji for that. Lies, lies, lies. Yeah. Look at her little. How dare you? Which is interesting because that's the Karen Reed anthem. The new Karen Reed anthem, the face, the faccia de brute. How dare you? Maybe we'll play that again at lunch. It's Derek Carney's video, his Karen Reed anthem.
Because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that.
The face.
But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes.
correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically.
Yes,
It's like being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Miss Roberts.
You're
Okay,
technically
so
pregnant, Miss Roberts.
remember-
Pregnant pause. Technically pregnant. Where's AJ's pregnant pause? Hold on. What size bracelets do you wear, Car? Are they in the hallway waiting with the bracelets? Hang on. Technically pregnant. I'm sorry, I was talking over it. Here we go.
That was your answer,
Yes.
correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Miss Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
Technically, that's perjury. Technically, that's perjury. Thank you, MSP's audit for wayward methodology and process. Technically, that's perjury. Do you something funny? Ms. Roberts, are you coaching the witness, Judge Canone? Lady McBev? Kim Jong Canone? It's about time we dismiss these charges, folks, because her testimony led to an indictment on second-degree murder. Is anybody picking up what's going on here?
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
You give her an
I
out.
did not intentionally.
Yes, Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard. Don't worry, I stopped it exactly where we went off, and I got so excited I swiped myself out of the screen. Where is she? Where is Melanie Little's left swipe in left swipe in StreamYard? Hold on.
That's the end of
Understood
this.
the
That's the end of this question, Mr. Deck. Really, you're going to cut him off? You're going to cut him off? His client is facing life in prison, Kim Jong Canone, life in prison because of false testimony that this biatch gave in front of a state grand jury, and you're going to cut him off? How about he can go on for as long as he wants, as long as it takes to save his client? How dare you? Derek, your song is going to get so much more play. How dare you? When I swiped out, I think I let it go. So let me take it back. Remember, jurors, I said that statements of counsel are not in evidence. Where are your grave concerns now, Judge? Where are your grave concerns now? Do you have grave concerns? Do you want to take a break? Maybe go back and call your buddy Meatball and ask him if he wants to drop the charges now? Judge,
to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
You knew it
Correct.
happened.
And that was a lie,
'Cause
correct?
Jen told you.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally,
But you did.
And,
not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
The audacity. The audacity. I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson. Oh boy, if looks could kill, they probably will. In Games Without Frontiers, this is Games Without Frontiers. This is where we are. We are here. We are in the Peter Gabriel, Land of the Matrix, Narnia, Upside Down, Hunger Games. Ready? Listen to that again. Mr. Jackson.
And,
Not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
Talk about a hostile witness.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long?
At one, you said in that quote, he's away from the mic. I'm going to repeat it for you.
You said,
In that quote, you said,
at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long?
at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long.
Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia.
Then you corrected yourself and finished by saying,
Long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia.
finished with Google hypothermia.
What did you mean by how long?
What did you mean by how long?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long? This is fantastic.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance,
Okay.
how long to die in
All
cold?
right, Ms. McCabe, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're upset.
She just called her Ms. McCabe. Okay, Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Oops, Ms. Roberts. Yeah, look, oh, my freeze game is on point again. Look at this. Boy, she couldn't be happier to get off that stand. My God, man. My God. Listen to when she said, you're all set, Ms. McCabe. Oops, Ms. Roberts.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you're upset.
Thank you.
Something funny, Ms. Roberts? Something funny, Ms. Roberts? Jen's not going to be happy now. How long do you think it'll be before they get on a call? How long do you think it's going to be?
May I?
Yes.
I'd like
Wow.
to play clip 3, please.
Oh, now he's going to play a clip with no witness on the stand. Is this the way it goes in Massachusetts too? Are these stipulated too?
Before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it.
It's defendant's interview
All
with
right, how long a
Gretchen
clip
Voss.
is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Good. They can look at it before you play it.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see you at 10 seconds.
Yeah.
All right.
10
we'll be at
seconds.
5-minute break.
5-minute break. We're behind, so we know they like to go to lunch at 1:30, and right now it is 1:09 in New York. So we're going to fast FF through this break and look at the fan for a few seconds, and then they're going to come back and play this clip, and then maybe they'll go to lunch. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, here we go.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
This is from Gretchen, defendant's interview with Gretchen Voss, June 20th, 2023.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jimmy Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
It's part of an audio interview with Gretchen Voss. There was no video with that.
All right. Rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay.
Is the food
Folks,
here?
we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, do you guys want to hear that?
Raise your
Let's
hands and
just
follow me.
we're gonna rewind that so you can hear that again. It's audio only. So she talks about picking pieces of the tail light out. So it's important that we listen to that one more time. It's audio only. I'm gonna take it back. This is defendant's interview with Gretchen Voss. She's a reporter for Boston Magazine. This is dated June 20th of 2023.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Secretary, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay, so she says around
All right.
5:45 before going to Fairview, she picked pieces of taillight out. That video is missing. Remember, that video is missing. There is a video of her backing into John's car in the driveway at One Meadows on the morning before she goes to Jen McCabe's house. There's video of them when they go back to One Meadows, and she says that when they got back there around 5:45, before they go into Fairview, she was picking pieces out of her taillight. That must have been when she was showing it to Kerry and Jen, and that video is conveniently missing. Conveniently missing. Is anybody shocked? Anybody shocked? I'm not. Do we know what time they're coming back from lunch? Anybody got a time on what time they're coming back from lunch? Hold on. That fan will make me nauseous. Pretty nauseous. All righty. Well, that was quite a morning. How do you think Jennifer McCabe is going to feel about what happened this morning? The puppet master. The puppet master, the one holding the marionette strings. It's going to be 40 minutes, but how long from now? Because we were a little bit behind. A little bit behind. Yeah, Carrie Isbell doing an interview with ABC. I haven't had a chance to look at it. Thank you for that super chat. Apparently, Carrie Roberts was on Good Morning America this morning and did something on the eve of trial. They're coming back at 1:50. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I don't know. We were a little behind, so 40 minutes would put us before 1:50, but we'll see. Paul's Court Hand Signs is here. Carrie Roberts was on Good Morning America this morning. She's vile. I can't wait for her cross today. Well, you saw it. You saw it. She committed perjury in front of a grand jury, and she tried to write it off as being on misunderstanding Lally's question. But he said, "What if anything?" And it was pretty clear that she said, Karen asked Jen to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She didn't actually hear it, though. She says now because she told the feds the truth, and they know that she committed perjury, and I just can't wait to see what happened. I've got a whole lot of questions to get through here, so let's get to them. Thank you so very much, Paul's Court Hand Signs. Beth, afraid to ask, but can Bev kick AJ off the case at this point? No. For discovery values, no. It's too late. Too late. There's no way she could do that now without like a mistrial and all kinds of things. Thank you so much, Beth. Appreciate you. Mom, we call you mom in our house, says We the People. Thanks for sharing your knowledge when the lawyer talk is too smart for us. That's so hilarious. Hashtag getting carried away today. Well done. I'll allow that. Hashtag. Thank you on top for telling me that that song Woke Up This Morning from the Sopranos theme is actually called Woke Up This Morning by Alabama 3. We'll get that onto the Spotify playlist that we have below. Melissa, thank you. Thank you for your super chat and for joining us. Honey Bear, thanks for gifting a membership. Hey Mel, can you pick up my kids from school? Says Bev's Bish Slap. Thank you so very much. Marie Louise tuning in from, I think that's Sweden or Switzerland, Stockholm, Sweden. I was right. Stockholm in the house, ready to take on this nerve-wracking trial. Grateful to have your knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to guide you true. I'm here for you. Gen X, I don't understand how John's family is so sure of Karen's guilt. Grief is a hell of a thing. It is, Gen X. It really is. Bobby Alessi's Slice and Dice is now open for business and says, also, the order from the judge stated March 1, 2024, present. Hence why Alessi stated AJ read the only one within that time frame, and in court live and reread anything is outside of the order. I guess you're going back. This is going back to this morning. Sorry, I'm late on that, but thank you for your 10. This one we went through. Who was yelling cop killer as Karen walked into the courtroom yesterday? That was I don't know if that was from yesterday. We played an old clip of a YouTuber called JLR who was yelling that at her during the last trial, but I don't think that he is there today or was there yesterday. I don't know. I after I was done with 8 hours with you guys or more, I really didn't look at any socials because I was just exhausted. Gina, can you explain why the young thug judge recused himself and Bias Bev is still in C2? I can't because I did not watch the YSL trial. I'm sorry. That was a super long trial that I really have no familiarity with, but if anybody in the chat can explain this to Gina G, he's afraid of ARCA. He totally is. Please explain it to Gina G. I cannot opine on that. Nico 2020 says Bev doesn't want ARCA there. Remember, she's working with Michael Morrissey to get Karen Reed guilty. Yep. Commonwealth experts the late experts are going on vacation in May, says entry required. I'm not sure what that is referring to, but it's from earlier. Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked says do it. Bring the heart rate data in. Proves Jen never slept. Heart was elevated all night. Yep, but only spiked when questioned by cops. I know. I don't know why they would want to bring in the heart rate data. That's unusual to me. Motions in CPA. The report was done. Every day, fire the messages. What does it matter? What is this possibility? I don't know. Possibly impact. I'm not sure. The report was done. The reports that they were talking about this morning, the Cellebrite reports. Yeah, it does matter because now they're trying to get new reports into evidence. That is from way early this morning. So thank you. B. May, when Bev takes her White Claw break, you should take a look at Lally's face right away when Bev said counsel had something to discuss this morning. I can't go back and look at that now, but you guys can rewind. It was right in the beginning of the morning. Casey, why do they need text messages about scheduling from the first trial? They are discoverable. Any communications with your experts are discoverable. Thought this was a new trial, yes, but she's trying to find a discovery violation to find something to preclude ARCA. Will she actually do it? I don't know. Tammy, can you please explain to me how paying an expert's bill after trial for their services causes Bev grave concerns? No, I can't. I absolutely can't because I don't understand it either. It's insane. Do we have all texts and phone calls that Brennan and Lally made with witnesses and experts? They should be discoverable. Thank you. I put this up earlier. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, he takes pieces from here and there and makes it the truth. Bobby Alessi slice and dice. He's deliberately trying to block the jury from seeing her facial expressions with his body. Hank's a sneaky one. Yes, he is. Bobby Alessi slice and dice also says she said yesterday, Carrie, that she had no idea who Bella's mom was. Her testimony was all over the place. Anne says if Carrie and Jen turned him over, how could he be covered in snow? Yeah, she did say they flipped him over in the 911 call. I'm sure that will come in when it gets to Jen McCabe's testimony. KRP says, so Karen says she was concerned about someone snagging their jacket. Carrie says, Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed have the same initials, and that's not good for me trying to decipher these messages. So Kerry says she was concerned about someone snagging their jacket, but she bumped into the taillight on the way into the house and did not snag hers. It's an interesting detail to me. Did she bump into the taillight on her way into the house? I didn't notice that. Thank you, KRP. Double trouble. Nuttall claimed at 6:12:11 is when Karen said, I hit him. John was still on the ground. How did Kerry pick up the phone at 6:11? Well, yeah, she did try and rehab that part of her testimony. And then Amelia said, let's see where Jen is at 6:24. Hoslong. We went over this one earlier. Ex-Muffin Man, thank you very much. Joey Love, am I missing something? If I didn't. She said she went back to the scene after the hospital to get the blankets and cell phone. No, I don't think it was after the hospital. I think she said it was at the scene. And Helena says, so you're telling me she saw a phone in the grass in the dark, but not one person saw a whole ass man in the snow? That's suspicious. Yes, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Little Misfit, I didn't even get to go in and see my intubated dying husband during the pandemic. It was horrible and not in a blizzard and a snowstorm. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you. Laura says, how's the Commonwealth able to play this whole video? But yesterday, Bev denied Jackson replaying a short clip because that was like in double recross or something. And I think he did wind up playing it. So there's that. LM, you know what strains credulity? Tell me. How these witnesses have vivid memory when testifying, but don't remember any particular details when shown videos, right? Or even when they met with the DA to prep for their testimony, which only happened in the last couple of days. They don't remember that. They don't remember when that was. Piney Woods, good morning. My opinion, humble or not, Spanky is not a good trial lawyer. If this case is any indication, he doesn't even speak or write properly, and his questions this here reflect poor language and logic. Thank you, Piney Woods, who is also an attorney. Kelly says, do you think all this foolery, bringing ARCA in and Hank accusing them will piss off the FBI enough for them to open back up the case? Well, we don't even know if it's closed. Quite honestly, we don't even know if it's closed. And based on the fact that all this perjury was brought up today, I would be willing to bet that it hasn't been closed. So you have to take that information from where it came. It came from Helena Rafferty on her letterhead for Canton PD, and she resigned last night or announced that she's resigning. So I don't know. Is there blood in the water? You tell me. I've been told that Mr. Bederow will be joining soon. He'll be joining us soon to share his thoughts. Passion Arta Melanie's Anger Cupid. That's nice. I like it. Hi, joined late. Have I missed much today since yesterday's opening statements? Yes, you've missed it all. Go back and watch it. It was fiery. Are these people convinced to go along with this as the case collapses? I don't know. Chloe Albert's revenge? I don't know. Don't know. The Illuminati, maybe they are the Illuminati. Great Scott, thanks for your 10. Carrie would have noticed the broken taillight while following her back to One Meadows, but she never mentions it. It's obvious. Jackson should ask her why she didn't see it was broken while following. That never did come up while following, did it? Because she did say that in the last thing. In the last trial one. These are way earlier super chats that didn't get put up on the screen. So the song Dangerous by Van Morrison is perfect. Lyrics are spot on. Thank you, Breathless. Bias Bev. Appreciate you. Mel, season 1, episode 19. Lucy does say slowly I turn. That is I Love Lucy. Well, here's Mark Bederow. He's coming on. I got to turn off the super chats because that's his rules. So let me see if I can figure out how to do that while I bring him on. Here's Mark Bederow.
Hi.
I just heard you open your soda. What are you drinking? Dr. Pepper?
Oh, Pepper Zero, same thing.
Dr. Pepper Zero. I hear
tastes a little better, probably has more cancer additives, but it tastes better than diet. Whatever.
Well, what do you got? Talk to me.
So there are two witnesses in the case. They're both completely and thoroughly discredited. And the only evidence a day and a half through this that even remotely helps the prosecution are these profoundly stupid interviews that Karen gave. I mean, if the goal here is to call a witness to get shredded and destroyed and then play a 15-second clip to try to rehabilitate it on some minor point, it's not going to do it. I mean, like you saw what we saw with Kerry Roberts today, and the takeaway from her is that she is a Jen McCabe stooge, clearly. In fact, her defense to perjury, if you will, is all I did was say what Jen told me and wrote down, and I was just relaying the hearsay in front of the grand jury. If you believe that, either way, she has no credibility about the Google search, which is going to be interesting. Very good job on recross, indicating also that not only did it come from Jen McCabe, but it started with the, how long to die and went to hypothermia, as if she had studied and been prepared to regurgitate this. She obviously told Lally this before she went in the grand jury. We now know that when she went to the feds and got what we call 1001 warnings, don't lie, you got to tell us the truth. It's Martha Stewart. Lawyers know this.
Right.
She was adamant that she didn't hear it. And then at neither trial did either prosecutor even attempt to elicit this, because they know she's not credible. I mean, they're willingly using a witness who's not credible. And you couldn't have a better example that Kerry Roberts is a McCabe stooge than having her gratuitously offer this morning that I got wished good luck by Jen McCabe this morning. Now, if that's all you believe they talked about, that's your right to do it. One might even say, how does Jen McCabe even know that Kerry's testifying if she's sequestered and all that? Who cares? That's really a minor point. But the point is, if you take Kerry Roberts' testimony as a whole, you see a pattern that clearly shows that, she's under the influence of Jen McCabe. I mean, when she talks to the cops on the first day, she's being interviewed specifically the day of a crime to be interviewed about the unnatural death, if you will, of a close friend of hers who she grew up with. And she gave you all of that background. And when asked to describe what happened, nothing about taillights, nothing about did I hit him, nothing that you would deem incriminating. She was offered the chance, anything else to say. And her explanation initially, when this was posed to her, was, I didn't want to say something bad, or, it was his girlfriend.
Didn't want to accuse anybody of anything.
Didn't want to accuse anyone. Wait a minute. No one's asking you about accusing anyone. If he was hit by a car and that's your friend and you're concerned, which I accept you're concerned, that is a ridiculous answer to simply say, well, I did see the taillight was messed up. I don't think it means anything, but you should know that. Then when pressed further on cross, she kind of changed her story from where, what was it? I didn't want to accuse anyone to, well, they didn't ask me, or what was the second explanation? There was
I didn't want to accuse anyone, but she misunderstood the question.
That's right. So there was always an answer for, which again is very similar to what Jennifer McCabe did. Can you show me these gratuitous answers to yes or no questions? And then by the time she gets to her next round of interviews, which is literally in Jen McCabe's living room, literally,
Yeah.
Right after she's talking to Jen McCabe, or another one of the interviews doing this, but she ends up at her house making these statements. And what happens after she's had the chance to be interviewed by Jen McCabe? Here comes the taillight. Here comes the did I hit him? And this goes on. And then by the time a couple of months later, she gets to the grand jury, she adds this testimony that, well, I heard, how long, hypothermia, and, but it wasn't intentional. I didn't do it on purpose. And it comes from this timeline, which of course is created by you and Jen McCabe.
Right.
So I'm not, where is that timeline, by the way? That would be discoverable. But putting that aside, it's so clear that she's just not credible. Now, did they arguably rehabilitate her with that clip about her explanation for seeing the taillight? Maybe, but maybe not, because again, in the early parts of the case in the grand jury and in the beginning of the first trial, they were adamant that it happened on the way in. So even if she's not lying about that, she's not reliable about it. I mean, she was very clear it happened on the way in. It obviously didn't happen. She then says, I'm certain it happened on the way out. They play this interview with Karen where she appears to say something about, which could have been from the 507 collision, or the DA will say it's from the real collision that they claim happened. But either way, wouldn't you know it, there's no video of that. Where's the ring video?
Right. And she said it was at 5:45 before they go back to Fairview. So that is the video. When they come back out of the house, that would have been when Karen is talking about. And so that video is mysteriously missing too.
So why is there a pattern in this case of all this missing video at a time which just seems to be or should be favorable to the defense, or would somehow establish from the prosecution side this compelling evidence which ought to be on video and apparently never is? The same way the Nuttall stuff just wasn't on video, even though I think in his opening Brennan said it was on video. It wasn't. He's two witnesses into this, and they've both been absolutely kneecapped. And This today, I mean, just to put the cherry on the ice cream, it was so bad that, I mean, the judge's brain was, thank you, Mrs. McCabe. I mean,
Right.
you couldn't have, I mean, a better argument for that. It's so obvious that she's under the influence of McCabe that even the judge, absentmindedly called her Miss McCabe. So that was bad.
Number one, the elephant in the room. You think she's going to be prosecuted for perjury?
Well, not
Do
by
you?
I mean, look, if you were defending her in a perjury first of all, she should have a lawyer. Okay.
Right. I couldn't believe that Reddington wasn't somewhere in the back, that McCabe wasn't on the phone. Like, you better get down there.
And, frankly, some could make the point that prosecutors who are doing this fully, honestly, and with integrity would have advised her to get an attorney before I call you today, because you have to understand, there is no doubt that Lally before the first trial and Brennan before this trial fully were aware that she was exposed on this. And what they did was just ignore it and decide, the three monkeys. I don't want to see it, hear it, touch it.
See no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil. Yeah.
I mean, look, you understand this, obviously. The time of the Google search for the prosecution is a must-have point. I mean, if that search is even remotely credibly at 2:27 a.m., they're toast. I mean, that they're done. So they have to conclusively establish it happened later. The evidence of that is just Jen McCabe saying, that's when I did it. They have to, they are going to have, I understand, their experts, but then the defense is going to have their experts and say she deleted it. The point is this: if the prosecution has evidence from a witness, Kerry,
Mm-hmm.
that would theoretically corroborate Jennifer McCabe's story. In fact, and there's video to some extent of her standing next to the car around that time. You have to ask yourself, why would they leave that evidence on the table and not attempt to corroborate their most important witness on perhaps the most important fact for them? And the answer is because they know it's bullshit. They know what she told, the other law enforcement agency, which everyone knows means the FBI. And they're smart enough to know we can't touch that. This is bad. But what they didn't do, apparently, was tell her, you may want to consult with an attorney or think about this. And they just left her hung out to dry and let her put it out there and then twist herself into a knot and literally say that, well, what I thought I was doing was just, I knew it was true because I saw it in a timeline that Jen McCabe prepared. So I misunderstood the question. That's ridiculous. Now, would a prosecutor prosecute for that? Certainly not the Norfolk County DA's office. They're not going to light themselves on fire by torching one of their key witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
So, would anyone else prosecute her? I don't know. But for her to show up without a lawyer and instead today appear on Good Morning America and say, it's all about, you have to see her interview. She's
tell me what she says, because I don't want to play it because they'll strike me. So tell us what she says, because I didn't see it yet.
She says people are getting harassed for telling the truth. I mean, that's unfortunate timing for her when she flat out made a blatantly false representation under oath in front of a grand jury, which probably was deliberate, and almost certainly to any lay person watching would agree that was deliberately false, which there's a word for that. It's called perjury.
But
now,
it also led to the indictment of Karen Reed on murder charges. That testimony led to the indictment.
So again, the focus for me, I mean, she's a terrible witness. The jury, they're not going to credit her because of that, because of her evolving statements with the police, because, she's hanging out or talking to Jen McCabe all the time. And it's clear that she's under that influence. But I mean, the fact that they don't even advise her to get a lawyer or consult with counsel is remarkable, because this is how it wasn't confusing. Okay. The feds, when the feds interview people and they give them subpoenas, or, what they do is they give them these 1001 warnings. It's common when they think someone is going to sit down and talk with them, they will say, it is a crime, literally, to make a materially false statement to a federal officer. Okay. So for whatever reason, she agrees to talk about what happened with the FBI. And when she's asked about the same topic, according to her testimony today, she was emphatically clear. There was no misinterpretation. There was no misunderstanding. I did not hear that.
Right.
Like, because she knew I'm talking to the FBI and I don't want to go down for this. In other words, it was very unequivocal. There was no confusion. But when she's talking to Lally and sitting in the ante room with Jennifer McCabe and it's time to tell the state grand jury, back then she gave testimony clearly designed to imply that I heard that. Okay.
I heard Karen tell Jen to Google how long does it take to die from hypothermia.
This is another example, I think, of why you're seeing, in this particular case, why a retrial can favor the defense. Okay. For whatever reason, they didn't cross-examine her at the first trial. That was a catastrophic mistake. I mean, there's no question. I'm sure they had their reasons and whatnot, but to leave this on the table the first time was to, in some ways, even though the Google search didn't come out because Lally knew it was false too. He's known the whole time, but they allowed her to come off the first trial as more independent and more just feeling sympathy for John O'Keefe, which I don't doubt. I think that was entirely real. That is her friend. I buy all of that. But when you now learn that she's in contact with Morrissey, in contact with the victim witness advocate, calling on behalf of Jen McCabe, giving interviews at Jen McCabe's house, admitting now that maybe she did text and get calls from Jen at the time. She asked, because I remembered something, can I talk to Proctor?
Right.
That has nothing to do with Jen McCabe telling her what to say or what you might have remembered. Kerry just said at that moment, now I remembered something, when she didn't tell the cops on January 29th anything. She's just a terrible witness who has exposure for perjury if anybody cares. Again, they may not, but it's clear that the DA's office doesn't really look at her as anything more than a widget, as just a witness that they can use to try to get something out, because they left her up there. She clearly she wasn't prepped for this. It appears, shockingly, she didn't know this was coming. If she watched a video of her prior testimony, the disadvantage for her is that she didn't see any cross.
Right.
It is what it is.
Right.
But, do we really believe that she didn't look at her grand jury testimony and see what she said? I guess not.
Well, she had to ask Alan to show it to her. Can I see it?
That's another textbook thing you saw at the last trial to try to break up rhythm the other witness would do.
Yeah.
She says, I have no idea to this day about any text messages that the Alberts and McCabes were sending each other in almost like live texting her interview with the police. If you recall from the first trial, that you're believe that they talk to each other all the time. There's all these discussions about the case. I mean, they prepared a timeline, all this discussion, and she's entirely clueless sitting here today in April of 2025 that they were talking about her in that way. It's just a disaster. And if the strategy here is to call witnesses to get destroyed and then play a 15-second clip of Karen saying something admittedly not great for her, but in the grand scheme, I don't think it's going to move the needle that much, then they're going to lose, because, they're 2 days into this and they don't have a single piece of credible testimony yet.
No, they don't. And it seems like their whole theory now is going to be based on these alleged confessions. And the first two witnesses were brought in to say, Karen said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And they've both been destroyed, in my opinion. I don't know how some people out there in the cesspool of Twitter think that that yesterday was a total win for the Commonwealth.
Listen, yesterday morning, I watched a little on court TV. It is what it is. People are in their echo chambers and they literally can't see that Brennan has done anything wrong or worth criticism. And, the defense has done nothing right. The reality is, they called this guy Nuttall as their first witness for some reason. None of us really understand that.
Because he's a true believer and he's easily manipulated. These are the most easily manipulated witnesses that they have. That's my opinion.
Interesting observation, because it's definitely true.
Right.
They're both very impressionable. I don't think Nuttall, well, the influence on him might have been from some of the other firefighters, but also, you know, in prepping for trial. But with Roberts, it's bizarre. I mean, it's like McCabe is the Pied Piper leading her to do whatever she wants, to the point where she didn't know her at the time this happened. And now she's, you know, they've bonded over this and become the best of friends, or something similar. You know, is that true, or is that because, you know, they saw Kerry Roberts as a good vessel to put forth a lot of their story and, you know, to create this timeline? Again, it's a perfect example. And the scary thing is when she says, I'm relying on that timeline, where the hell is the timeline? Where is it? Who has it?
Denise. All of a sudden we heard about Denise today. For the first time, Denise was the scribe. She was the scrivener of the timeline. Where's Denise? Somebody needs to subpoena her today.
Why would they be making a timeline if they have nothing to do with this? I mean, I can understand you're curious about what happened to your friend and you want to understand what happened, and you want, if somebody did something wrong, to get in trouble. I get it. But why within a day of this incident would they all be sitting around, literally huddling together and getting their story straight? Because that's another word for the timeline.
Yes.
Like, because after the timeline, and there's evidence of this, her story before the timeline in meeting with Jen McCabe was, I don't really know anything. I don't know anything about, I hit him. I don't have anything to say about the taillight. And when I'm asked, is there anything else you want to tell us? There's nothing to tell us. But after I huddle up with, you know, McCabe, it becomes the taillight, I hit him, and 2 months later, I heard a Google search, which I now admit I never heard. I mean, if that's your idea of a credible witness, you have problems.
And Brennan specifically asked her, was your testimony influenced by this timeline? And she said yes. And in his mind, I think that was he was trying to rehabilitate her in some fashion. Like, what is that about?
I mean, look, there's no way to rehabilitate the fact that she gave grand jury testimony that is indisputably inaccurate, indisputably false. The only question is, did she do it on purpose? And you know, in her defense is, I misunderstood the question, which, you know, whether anybody believes that is a question for another day. But this, I mean, look, there could have been deeper cross on this. I don't think it matters from their perspective because they got what they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I misunderstood the question. The obvious line of inquiry on that is, well, when you testified in the grand jury, you spoke to Lally before. He didn't just throw you in there cold. You gave a dry run. He told you what, you know, he was going to ask you. I mean, there's no way that didn't happen.
Right.
There's no way that any sensible prosecutor, when being told, like, suppose he's sitting down and just interviewing Roberts before she testifies, and she says, I need you to know this. So Karen and Jen were in the car, you know, praying or doing whatever the hell they were doing. And I was standing right there and I heard a Google search. There is no way that even Lally, by the way, would not have said to her, how do you know that? Tell me everything, because you want to lock down the corroboration of this important testimony. And guess what happened?
Oops. We lost you. That's what happened. I think they're coming back. Yeah. Quick question before you have to go. What is the statute of limitations on perjury? And should a new DA be elected? As we know, Michael Marcy his term is coming up, I think, in 2026. Could another DA prosecute her for perjury? Because people are not going to let this go. The people of Norfolk County are not going to let this go.
Know what it is in Massachusetts. It would be 5 years in New York. I assume it's probably similar. It would be within the statute. Probably there'd be a conflict of interest. You get a special prosecutor. You could have the attorney general. You could have, I mean, it ought to be shipped out to another county. I don't think that the Norfolk DA's office in any capacity should be the one to do it, but it's the kind of thing that ought to be investigated. I mean, it's not a small matter.
All right. Thank you, jurors.
Go ahead, finish what you're saying.
I was just gonna say, I've got a little time if you want to stick
Oh,
around.
okay. All right.
It was
All right.
nice.
No super chats during this time that Mark is here. Okay, I don't know how to turn him off. It's too late. But he doesn't want you guys to pay money to answer questions. So let's go. We're back from lunch.
All right, your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Brennan.
Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
Oh, this will be good.
They're going to have to cross her about the timeline, by the way.
Yes.
I mean, you want to kid glove the mother of the victim, but they've got to ask her about this timeline business.
They have to. It was her idea. She's the mastermind behind the timeline.
That's what they said.
Just let me know if you want me to stop it at all.
One jury in the case, narrow hearing, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long.
Too long.
53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We know they're not living together because when we got the witless list, it has them living in different towns. And now she's something funny, Ms. O'Keefe? Like, I don't know. Okay.
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first. And that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John.
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? Well, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
in Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter. My daughter Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is over there.
That was 2013, ma'am. Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
Or what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
we decided, my son decided to be the head guardian. And then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach you, adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Oh.
Thank you.
This is the sympathy testimony.
Talking too soft? Okay.
It's very sad that she lost two of her children. Very sad.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other two guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places. And then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son?
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
And so, Keith, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree. Who were you with?
My husband?
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Kerry Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Kerry Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She's like, found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. I says, we can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. And she says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. And I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she says, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He was bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
When Kerry Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only 3 in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
Just loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, is he dead? Is he dead? Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, what is she doing here?
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
Do you think the nurse would really tell her she's being psych evaluated? Like, where is HIPAA in all of this? I don't know.
I don't know how much of this is accurate or not. I mean, it's obvious that these lawyers have made a command decision to just take this, absorb it. It's obviously not relevant to the issues in the case, but the risk of objecting to either some of the hearsay some of the relevance, the risk of getting overruled and being perceived to be a brute by the jury is too great. So they just have to take this.
Oh, I'm not saying that they should object. I'm just saying I don't think in any hospital any nurse would tell her what they're treating Karen for in real life. I don't think they should object to it. However,
yeah, I mean, the question is
clear that she doesn't like Karen. I mean, we know she doesn't like Karen.
It's resonating, and on some level, it's almost weird to say, why is she here so early in the process? I mean,
right.
As far as she knows, again, no disrespect to her, what she's going through, it's just, shortly after they discovered John. I mean, they're still at the hospital. She's the girlfriend. No one's accused her of any crime, or McCabe hasn't even called Lank yet,
right.
to even get into the whole taillight thing. And what you're being told is that John's mother's reaction out of the gate is, why is she here? And, I left him at a party, and she's saying, well, why did you do that? I mean, none of this makes a lot of sense to me. The point of the hostility this early, it doesn't feel real, but you just have to take it. I mean,
well, here's why I think they're putting her on. She's never given a statement. She was never interviewed by law enforcement, and therefore she can say whatever she wants, and nobody can say that it's not true.
She's going to have carte blanche. She's not going to be impeached with prior statements. That's true. And they know that barring something really out of bounds, there's just going to be no objection. And it's a nice shift away from the flagging case to go to, I mean, there's nothing worse than hearing a mother talk about not one, but two deceased children. I mean, this is horrible.
Yeah, horrible. They don't, and they're still going to call the kids too. This is mind numbing.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
Enter Paul.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home.
They're going to use her to insinuate that Karen and her father went upstairs to the computer room to delete video. That's what they're going to use it for. I just figured it out.
And that's what I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things? Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me.
This is where you run into trouble with do you object or not? Because now you're getting into gratuitous stuff, her opinion of what they were doing. It's clear what she's going to be alluding to, and it's completely inappropriate. But the risk is the judge says, I'm going to allow it, and they look like assholes.
Right.
But now we're getting into gratuitous shots at what Karen, her brother, and her father may have done, and this is not appropriate.
The contempt is palpable when Karen, her brother, and her father show up at the door, and Patrick is going crazy. I seem to remember from the first trial, and I don't know if you watched the whole thing, but I seem to remember that Karen went there to tell Patrick about what happened to John, and I thought that it was Karen and Paul. You guys in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but she says that Patrick was going crazy when he was already there when Karen was there, so it seems that Patrick already knew. So now I have questions about that, but I'm going to have to go back and watch, I guess, Paul's testimony about Karen being with him when they were telling Patrick.
It's just interesting because, normally with a witness like this, you would just say, I have no questions. But,
right.
With the timeline, and I think there has to be very gentle, careful questioning about when you said, you know, they were upstairs. You don't know what they were doing or not doing. Like, I mean, it's got to be gently established and then just get her out of there.
Yes, but let's see what they do. And who's in charge of her?
Keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
All right, yeah. I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there. Okay, right. 'Cause
What they got up there. What I mean, this
We
is
didn't have anybody.
she practically lived there. She lived there most of the time. She had belongings that she needed to get. I mean, it's clear from her testimony that Karen wasn't welcome there. I mean, that's what Karen said. She didn't feel welcome, so she left. I don't know what they did up there. Okay, here we go.
there may come a point you have to object. I mean, again, you don't want. I mean, this is getting very close to the line where you've got, even with the delicate balance, try to at least keep her on track and not let Brennan do this.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assume the bedroom.
So I'm going.
Objection.
By Alan.
Yeah, it was Alan, right?
Yep. So
Right.
that's who would be doing the cross. But like right on point, there comes a point, mother of the victim or not, this is just running way too out of bounds.
Right, with the assumptions.
Assume the bedroom.
So I'm going to start that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just, what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I?
Mr. Brennan could ask a better question. Oh.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
Only tell us what you know.
didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
She's not supposed to guess. She's not supposed to speculate. She's only supposed to testify about what she saw or what she, I mean, yeah, you got to pick your battles, right?
Know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
Again,
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before, and he just said, I'll never see him again. I'm sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Karen didn't hug her, so she's guilty.
Did you ever
Karen didn't give her condolences, so she's guilty.
confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
Nope.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her.
That was something Karen said in one of her recent interviews.
It's too, I mean, look, I know he said, can I lead her? I don't know what the judge said, but I mean, you want to talk about a leading question. I mean, it couldn't get more leading than that.
Right, because after this, or in the middle of this, he'll play the clip from the documentary where Karen says that Peg leaned over and said, it looks like he got hit by a car while she was looking at her
No,
on the
this is
kitchen island.
absolutely setting up a clip, and it's clear at this point he's going to do clip after witness, and that's, I mean, he can do it any way he wants, but, you know, 3 times this will be now.
Mm-hmm. 3 is the magic number.
Yeah, that is.
That morning.
Right?
Yeah.
3 is the magic number.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do
in
the
Canton.
children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness list says Paul lives in Canton. Ed Wallace is here.
They're discussing right now, am I going to do this or not? That's what
Right.
this conversation is.
Huddle. Team huddle. I mean, she's facing life in prison. It's kind of, you got to take the kid gloves off, I think. Rip it off like a Band-Aid.
But there are a few
Few what?
questions, and I wouldn't even
Yeah.
be surprised if he starts by expressing his condolences.
Yeah. Yes, that would be the classy thing to do, let's say.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
Wow.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set. Okay, so-
Class act. No
That's-
cross.
That's a class act, but it's a brilliant move because they decided they're not going to cross-examine her. That's fine. But in light of all the sympathy and what is obvious, Brennan wanted to use her to get pity. He at least took the opportunity on behalf of the defense to express sympathy and attempt to level that emotional game a little bit. So that's actually, even if you have no questions, that's the right way
I
to
would
do
like to
it.
introduce 2 clips.
Yeah, well
4 and
done.
5.
Here come the clips.
Get both on. Oh,
Can you explain?
I miss Madam Court Reporter Nancy.
Yeah. She was like the star of the first trial, right?
Yes, she was.
She
I
had
don't know what they are.
It's for a second.
Nobody knows what they are because he doesn't give anybody any notice of anything. She's going to want to see him. Oh, the fan's back.
That looked like a nicer fan or like a light fixture. Who's that next to Paul?
I don't know.
It's not the wife. I don't know who that. She's
No.
been there before though.
That's not Erin, but I think she's family. The judge is going to want to see the clips.
Well, this is one of the big problems with this courtroom, and also, you know, she just came from the gallery to testify. It was gut wrenching, and now she's back in the gallery. Is going to be emotional. It's understandable, but she's right across from the jury. You know, the other family members are consoling her. The jury's going to be staring at her for the next hour or two. This is the problem with this courtroom. I mean, I'm not suggesting this emotion is not real, but it's not the kind of thing that should be front and center in front of the jury while this is all happening.
I don't think she was in the courtroom this morning. I didn't see her there this morning. But again, if this is his most impactful testimony, and he's based on how fast this trial is going so far, how slow, this is going to be 10 more weeks. They're not going to remember any of this by the end of it. In my opinion. I mean, really, you think they're going to remember this? I don't know.
I guess we're going to have to see. I mean, is he going to do more more firefighters, or is that the one and only? I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Or is he doing it clip by clip? You know, witnesses with clips, because he thinks it's going to boost them up.
Well, if I was going to guess, I would say he's going to call Jennifer McCabe soon, and also Katie McLaughlin, the two other people who heard Karen say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Right? Because it's all about
Jennifer McCabe was damaged this morning, like a lot. I mean, I think people shouldn't lose sight of the fact that in addition to Kerry Roberts being a disaster for her own credibility, I mean, a lot of damage was done before Jen McCabe ever even steps in the courtroom, because the impression is that she literally was her stooge and was doing her bidding. And that's just not a good way to come into this.
Yeah, no, not at all. Some of these are old, so I'm just putting them up as we go.
Bill looks very upset about that testimony, as if maybe some of it wasn't true.
Yeah. Well, you know, Karen said what Peg said to her, and he was probably there, and so they may need to call him.
Another short recess.
Of
Hopefully
course.
you'll get to walk right through the first section of the courtroom this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please.
Yes,
Close
sir.
your notebooks and follow me.
Close your notebooks. Wonder if Fanning is anywhere near the building. Thank you, Monique. They're going to have some argument, you think, about the clips while the jury's out?
I'm sorry?
I think they'll have some argument about the clips while the jury is out.
Yeah.
Grave concerns. Yeah, Guarino's coming on. Is supposed to be on today, too.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson. So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
That does nothing for them. That I don't
Right,
understand.
so tell me why I should admit that clip.
And also, she says when the nephew came home, like she was there when he came home. Peggy said he was already home, and she had to calm him down because he was going crazy before Karen got there. So it's a little bit of a discrepancy.
Not for nothing, but in the clips of Karen that you've seen in this trial so far, and some of the ones that maybe you know are coming,
right?
If you're gonna like do a sliding scale of sympathy, she looks fine there, and I don't think she said anything of any note. I mean, the fact that she said, I sense tension in the house, I don't know how that moves the needle one way or the other. I mean, this to me does nothing.
Well, he wants to throw a whole bunch of clips at the wall because she's not going to testify, and he wants them to hear her as being evil, and he's going to paint her as being evil. It's all part of the plan.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt.
No.
On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary.
Yeah.
Do it later. I mean, we're supposed to take your word that you're going to, it's subject to connection.
None of that's in evidence yet.
Right. And normally, everyone knows you make an offer of proof. We admit this subject to connection? I wouldn't take this guy's word for anything that the evidence is going to play out the way he claims it will. And what the judge ought to say is, why don't you put that evidence in, and then we'll revisit this and see at that time whether it becomes relevant in any way in the case. But how is that clip right now consciousness of guilt of anything? She said, I went to the house and there was some tension. That's all.
Yeah. And about the taillight.
What does that have to do with consciousness of guilt?
Again, nothing.
Right.
On their mind. And this is in different ways, the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties.
But that
uninvited.
Doesn't relate to Karen's consciousness of guilt. If the O'Keefes are angry because they think she might have done something, then that's on them to feel however they feel. How does that translate to Karen's consciousness of guilt?
It's a tenuous connection at best, and the jury is out of the room. Somebody asked, where's the jury? Jury's not in the room. He wants to play a clip from 2020, and now he has to give an offer of proof about why he thinks it's relevant.
This feels like tenuous is too kind. I mean, I don't.
That's I know.
I mean, this is like a disconnect.
Let's see what else he's got to say for himself.
Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation.
She lived there.
They knock on the door and they ask to come in.
Oh my God. They asked to come in.
They go into the house. There's no.
That's consciousness of guilt? Because she should have just walked in? Did she take her shoes off this time?
She helped take care of those kids and had stuff at the house. For all intents and purposes, she de facto lived at the house 3 or 4 days a week. It's not weird that she would go to the house. That's not consciousness of guilt. That's what people do.
Right. Uninvited.
Not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs.
Curiously. That's where her stuff
15
is.
minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son.
You're going to learn a lot
Less
about
than an hour. They go back outside.
now. I think you're going to learn a lot about this judge right now, because if she buys this to admit this clip, which I don't even think is that harmful, so I don't even care whether, from their perspective, whether it comes in or not. But if she buys that that could be perceived as consciousness of guilt because she went to the house and said there was tension from the O'Keefes. She didn't say I had tension. The fact that she went upstairs and didn't say, you want me to make coffee? That somehow means, oh my God, they know I did it.
Right.
This is crazy.
And she went upstairs to get her clothing and her medication, maybe, and any other personal effects, her laptop, whatever she needed.
This is a real litmus test, I think, for Canoni on just what she's really going to allow or not allow, because this one is crazy.
Do you remember during the first trial when Lally tried to argue that Karen contacting an attorney on the day of January 29th showed consciousness of guilt?
So did not taking her shoes off. I mean, how far down the hole are we going here?
We'll see.
Side, instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon, they get into 2 cars, and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene.
Should she have left her car there?
That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence.
It's her car.
Removing the murder weapon from an area where.
None. Is there any evidence? Well, I don't even want to.
Is there any evidence of a motor vehicle accident at this point?
What I'm getting at, it's her car. She wants to go home. She wants to be with her parents, her family. Whether you believe that or not, that is obviously the defense argument. She has an extraordinarily close relationship with her parents. There's a crisis going on. She wants to go home. So this translates into what they're really doing is getting rid of the murder weapon. By the way, here's how they got rid of the murder weapon, because play this all the way out. They took it to her parents' house and didn't even put it in the garage and shut it.
Right.
They didn't drive it to Connecticut and dump it in some alley. They left it in the driveway where her parents live and ass out, meaning like visible to anyone. That's not concealing evidence. That's, I want to go home and be with my family.
didn't bring it to a body shop and dump it off somewhere at a chop shop. You know, we know where a couple of them are, maybe in Brooklyn. But I mean, really? She shouldn't take her car with her? There has never to this day surfaced a motor vehicle accident report stemming from this case ever, and a fatality. Never. There's no crash report. There's no motor vehicle accident report. Proctor didn't decide until 16 hours later that this was a motor vehicle accident. So at this point, it's not a murder weapon and he's full of shit.
I can't believe we're having an in-court legal argument over this clip, which adds nothing to either side, as whether he's going to get up in a summation with a straight face and say her consciousness of guilt is indicated by the fact that she went home, got some belongings, or, you know, tampered with the ring in his view, and then left with her family and went home and brought the car to home. Exactly, by the way, where Proctor found it, in plain view with the taillight revealed. That's not hiding evidence.
Yeah, consciousness of guilt. She really tried to hide the murder weapon.
Witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant.
It's helpful.
And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene, is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest
a murder case like this, and this is what this guy is focused on.
Yeah.
Hiding the murder weapon by driving it to my parents' house and leaving it in the driveway for the police to find later that day. That's the consciousness of guilt.
Yeah. She should have left her car there and just been with no car.
And she should have, as I said, made coffee and stuck around, even with all the hostility, and told her family, go home, I'll see you later. Meanwhile, she just got out on a suicide watch. Where do you think her parents want to take her? Home. And by the way, who do you think probably drove that Lexus home? I'll bet you not her.
No.
Because she's a wreck and her parents wanted to get her home, but they don't want to leave her car there. Is he accusing now her parents of also conspiring to conceal evidence?
First of all, they probably medicated her at the hospital. Second of all, if she left her car there, they would have been pissed too. How dare she leave her car here when we need the driveway space? She couldn't win. She couldn't win. But holy mother of traveling Mary.
that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled.
Say again?
Except it's her car. He says there's no reason for her to remove the what he's calling the murder weapon.
Right.
Going to her parents' house and leaving her car in Canton in the middle of the O'Keefe's driveway is not a great idea. So would it shock anyone if like her brother or father drove the Lexus back to their house and threw it in their driveway? This is nonsense.
Yeah. Liz Reed is here. Says, I love you, Dad. Thanks, Liz.
At her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours.
Pounding the podium.
This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant.
I got to tell you, now
it is extraordinarily strong.
He's going to sit there and smear the Reed parents like this, that are 5 feet away from him by accusing them of being concerned about their daughter who they thought was going to kill herself. Okay. Whether that was real or not, she said it. They took action. She gets out. Her boyfriend's dead, whether you think she did it or not. They accompany her to the house. She's got to get her belongings, and they're going to take her back to their home. and he has the temerity to say in front of them now that they're basically unindicted co-conspirators who helped her conceal evidence.
Right. They're conspired to conceal evidence.
This is what he does. He makes these allegations. He makes them in a courtroom. There's no evidence of it. We've seen it before. I've seen it personally about me. We've seen it about other people. Yep. He just says things with no evidence as if it's absolute fact. And to sit there and say that about her parents like that with absolutely no evidence of that is just pathetic.
He's got zero moral compass. Zero. Less than zero. Let's see what she does with this. Who do you think will argue this? Alessi? Let's see.
I don't know.
Piece of the conscience of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
The full force of our proof.
Thank you,
Okay, Alan. Too cute by half. Please say it. Too
With
cute by
regard
half.
to the first clip, which is clip 4,
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care.
There you go. See?
It's
I don't
not,
care.
I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite.
It shows the
Okay,
opposite.
so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar. I'm withdrawing it.
I love this.
Okay.
I love the way he did this because, you know, he's thinking the same way that we're talking. You watch this clip and you say, how does this hurt her? What is the problem here? And nevertheless, you let him get up, make his silly argument, get some intelligence on what he's thinking, right? And then get up and say, Judge, I don't agree with anything he just said. Like us, it sounds crazy, but this is not harmful either. So, you know, do whatever the hell you want. We think it helps us, but we think he's foolish. That's
And
great.
now she's annoyed. Like, she gave Brennan an opportunity to get up there and show that he has zero moral compass. And she's annoyed now with Jackson for not having an objection.
Help herself. If you weren't going to object, why didn't you tell me this? He handled that perfectly. I mean, that was exactly
Well done.
Should do it.
So, Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
All right, this is cutting room floor footage. Actually, it's not cutting room floor footage, but the reason that you're seeing 3 versions of it there is because they probably had 3 cameras on her when they filmed it. So this is all, you know, this is the raw footage that they subpoenaed from the ID and Max documentary. That was like 5 episodes. And when I saw this clip, I was like, oh no. So here it is. We'll see what she does with this one.
Okay. So tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, conscience of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement.
No.
To try to excuse her conduct.
False statement that Peggy O'Keefe did not say that to her. Is that the false statement?
This is literally a statement of Karen. In other words, like it's her talking and saying it. She is mimicking what she says Peggy O'Keefe said to her, and that nasty tone is imitating her perception of what Peggy O'Keefe said to her. So if you believe Karen is making that up, that's neither here nor there. But how does that translate to consciousness of guilt? Is his argument that she's expressing her consciousness of guilt by going on TV and making up a lie of what Peggy O'Keefe said? This is dumber than the first one.
Yeah. And he's saying because Peggy O'Keefe did not just testify to that, therefore it's a lie.
This one they should object to and say, you've got to be kidding me for the reasons that we're talking about now. This is.
Yes.
Conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. it has two facets to it. One, equally as important for conscience of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscious of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
He's crazy. So he now wants to accuse Karen, presumably, who's not going to testify, of being a liar because Peggy said it didn't happen. And I'm going to play the clip of Karen saying it happened and she's lying. And that evinces her consciousness of guilt.
Yes.
This guy is out of his freaking mind.
He is 100%. Couldn't agree more.
With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
Thank you.
The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified. I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter.
That's a great
Never
argument.
happened.
That's an interesting point.
So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed,
bad character evidence is what they're trying to
by
sneak in
saying
here.
something what they perceive to be pejorative in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car.
And it didn't happen.
Meet the issue so that he can put this video clip in. Has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose.
Where's the admission? Where's the admission?
Even if you get past the hearsay within the admission, what is the relevance? The whole idea that he tried to argue in the first point was that the relevance is the consciousness of guilt. So let's put that away. Let's assume it's not hearsay, and let's assume it's allowed to be admissible because it's an admission. It still has to be relevant. How is it relevant when Peggy O'Keefe said none of this ever happened, and Karen is saying she says it happened, and she's making the faces imitating Peggy O'Keefe? That's not relevant.
Nope. And look, even the judge has her hand over her mouth. Let's see what she does with this.
She knows this is ridiculous, but this is the litmus test. How's she going to you can't let this in.
The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her.
It has to be
She
relevant.
made the statements, they're relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They can just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript,
relevant.
that's one thing.
Balancing that relevance.
Right. Use the transcript. Look at Paul O'Keefe's face. He's been laughing through this whole thing. Is something funny, Mr. Paul O'Keefe?
Is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed.
Right.
That's overly prejudicial. And
She's mocking the sympathetic witness who the jury just saw testify and cry. It's prejudicial.
I don't even know that she taught her.
So what I'm going to
What?
The prejudice could be that the jury perceives that she's mocking her. When she's using that clearly mocking tone, she's imitating what she is saying Peggy was doing.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So the risk is that they misinterpret that and think that that's Karen being herself, like, oh my God, this crazy woman said this, as opposed to imitating what happened. And it's just not relevant when you weigh all of the, the probative value, the prejudice, and how it impacts the case. It's not relevant.
Agreed.
do is I'm going to think about this.
Oh, she got to think
And
about
if I
it.
decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
Oh.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No.
I wouldn't even put that seed
So
in
you're
there.
so you're in agreement that
Go ahead, explain.
A consciousness of guilt instruction would be to tell the jury, members of the jury, you're about to hear something and, it's being admitted for the purpose of its possible consciousness of guilt. If you're Jackson, you don't want the jury to be told that. That's almost the equivalent of the judge saying, can you answer that, and telling them it's consciousness of guilt, when if the clip is just played without any editorial value given by the judge, they're going to see this clip and they're going to say, yeah, what does that do? Nothing.
Exactly.
They don't want the charge.
You don't want to draw attention to it, like the Streisand effect.
Exactly.
that statement just comes in.
Sure.
I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying.
No,
to
I said you're
but,
okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it shouldn't come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in, or is it going to be 5 minutes?
She
Can they
needs to
come
go
right
make
in?
a call.
To me, so I can look.
Wait, what?
Clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one. is
Yes, and
considered?
give it to me so I can look at it, please.
Give it to me so I can have Colleen and Fanning do a little. Say no more.
And if we decide to take it off, take it off. Do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right? Okay, thank you.
Jim's got his fingers on everything. Jim, the bingo drum master. We're a little behind, so we can FF a little bit.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
God save the Commonwealth.
I heard you earlier today with your, under his eye and blessed be the fruit and
We're
blessed.
back in session 80.
You're a Handmaid's Tale person, so
Are you?
yeah.
Did you watch the new one last night? We have to talk.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
June is getting way too over her skis on this. It's getting so melodramatic. I'm not a fan of Elizabeth Moss's overreactions and overacting this season. We'll talk later.
He gone on a little too long. We'll talk about it.
It's
not at its peak of like from a few years ago.
Oh yeah, I know. And Serena, yeah. All right, we'll talk.
Yeah.
This is like real life Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, seriously.
Under her eye.
Could have been based in Devon.
Yes, please.
Your
Praise
Honor,
be.
I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
Blessed afternoon.
What did they say about Kier?
Into the driveway before me. So I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. I don't know, but it was quite uncomfortable. I took Dad upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
Okay.
No harm, no foul.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
Whatever.
Call both calls. Nicholas Guarino.
Yes. Trooperino in the house. What is it that they say in Severance? Praise Kier?
Yes.
Praise Kier. Everyone praise Kier. Trooperino into house. This is 32,000 guy. Yes, you guys, if you guys are new to the case and have not seen Trooperino testify, kill me. He said, kill me under his breath first trial. We had a hot mic moment. Kill me now. This will be a fun cross. Although, I don't think we'll get to it today.
The court and jury in the case down here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It won't be today with this.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Guarino.
Mr. Guarino, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I've got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But,
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time, your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
So those two
In order
trainings.
to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular
was gonna say those two training skills worked really well in another, well-known case out of Norfolk County that I'm sure he'll be asked about on cross-examinations. The sexual assault, murder of a poor child, essentially, and all the messages with everybody's buddy cop. That'll be real interesting to hear.
Yeah. Sandra Birchmore, for those of you who know, he missed 32,000 texts on Matthew Farwell's phone after it was ruled a suicide. And then it was ruled a suicide. He's under federal murder indictment, by the way, now, after the FBI got involved in this case. So that's one good thing to come from the FBI investigation. Let's see how that plays out.
Background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Nord PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellebrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellebrite certified CCO CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellebrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode. Device ID. This one is what
I don't know why that
GrayKey
just
assigned.
jumped. Sometimes it does that. It jumps to real time. So we have to go back a little bit in here.
No, so if we don't have the passcode and it's supported,
good.
it can guess the
Good timing.
passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we would know that the data was not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the gray key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example, an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellebrite or Axiom. They're just two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to
What about RTech? Do you use RTech, created by Ian Whiffen of Canada, who's also going to be testifying on behalf of the Commonwealth, who has, I think, 60 worldwide users?
You know what? That's an interesting question for Cross to kind of mock, if you will, what it is. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. You ever heard of it? Well, only since this case. Yeah.
So who said, who puts a white shirt with a white tie? And I will submit to you, unless it's your first communion day, nobody.
The only other one that comes to mind is if you remember like 20 years ago when Regis Philbin used to host that show, the Millionaire Show, he tried to make that trend of like shirt and tie of the exact same color. And I think he might have gone white on white, but yeah, outside of communion, really no.
Monochromatic. Who wants to be a millionaire? Maybe that was the show.
That was it. Yeah.
Oh, Reg. We liked Reg. I liked Reg.
I liked Regis.
download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
Oh?
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellebrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellebrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellebrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm
sorry. Did he just say,
Yeah,
I'm not proficient enough.
yeah, there's got to be a better way. Like, we don't use that rather than discredit myself on direct that I'm maybe not the, forensic cell phone guy that I've been whipped up to be. Yeah, that's not good.
I'm not the right guy, but I served the big I survived the big fight and fight night at the academy.
Ugh.
He looks a lot different than he did the last trial. I don't know. He looks a little more, he lost some color. He's a little
He's very
tired.
tense. I mean, he looks very tense, and everybody knows the last time how it ended up very tense, but I'm sure he knows this is not going to be a pleasant experience, because even beyond what he knows is coming about potentially Birchmore, and that, they still had to outsource their expertise because he found none of the McCabe stuff. I mean, he just doesn't look competent, period.
And they will be able to use his Sandra Birchmore investigation on their cross, yeah?
Yep.
They will. So he knows he's going to have to come back tomorrow, too, because he knows this judge likes to stop at 4, and he knows that there's no way this is going to be done today. So get the vomit bucket ready. No super chats. Mark doesn't like people, paying to answer questions, paying to ask questions, so we're going to keep him off for now. Thank you, though.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, it's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Great Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellebrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes. So it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellebrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to, as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Will he try and get ahead of Birchmore?
Is there a routine or practice in your
what-
present role when you make a copy?
Sorry.
We're just going to say, I don't know if he's getting ahead of it. Probably not. I mean, he just disappeared Proctor in his opening. He didn't mention any of the bad stuff, but he's certainly making it clear to be emphasized on cross if he's going to go down this route. I don't know what he's doing right now.
About what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellebrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the gray key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the digital forensics laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally first.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellebrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it would be January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into Gray Key, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We place on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through Gray Key, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May I
I did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight. I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry. My apologies.
This guy's going to get the privilege of being Alessi on cross on hyper technical
Yeah.
hash values and all this technical crap.
Show you a document.
Head
Take
explode.
a look at both pages, please.
I can't wait.
That's just gonna.
I can't wait.
That's gonna be hilarious.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the,
I'll just ask you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind. What is it?
it's the Great Key progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but
don't I put it up for an exhibit? So that
Okay.
you can see it?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes. They don't know about the best evidence rule in Massachusetts. I don't think it's a thing. The best evidence rule, right?
No, nobody. It's not loosey on the evidence. Nobody makes a record either of point at things where it is, so that when you
May I
look,
show that exhibit to the jury?
Yeah, there's no, I usually do it, but somebody clarified the record earlier when Carrie was talking about the blood. Like, she's like, and it went from here to here.
May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so
oh,
the top button, please. Can you walk us through what this report means?
yep. So here at the top, here it is. Again, it says Great Key progress report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5. 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny.
that's 6
The
hours.
software version is the Apple iOS that was running.
It's what?
If he's saying it's 4 or 5 hours difference, and then he just put 16:10 to noon.
He doesn't understand what UTC means. Obviously, clearly, the most basic of skills that are required for this job, he doesn't have.
At
The
the
phone
time.
says Johnny. Why does it say Johnny? I don't know.
Because that's probably how he named his own phone.
Johnny's phone, yeah, maybe.
I think he called himself Johnny.
Yeah.
Model number iPhone 11, and then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what Great Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, so we have the passcode. This was the Great Key agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that, the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, there's the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprint right here. So it has two, a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, they're unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that Gray Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even the period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
Trooper Proctor.
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Gray Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gray Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
So let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data
All right,
analysis,
he's boring me to
does
tears.
software
Trooper
change?
needs Nikki haircuts. Is I can't read your name, but it's hilarious. KYWYMY. Chat, remind me that recently we covered a case where it took 4 years for Gray Key to unlock a phone, and I can't remember what case that was, but it took something like 4 years. If anybody remembers that case, let me know. Don't tell me to stop pausing so we can get through it. It's my show. Thank you.
Frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get
Yeah,
better?
I'll allow it.
Yes, it does.
You know what? I'll speed it up a little bit.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
in that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful, or you plug it in and you try?
No, so on Grey Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. And it tells us, so when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
Thank you, Alessi. We were all snoozing for a second. I had a little nap jerk over there. A little nap jerk happened. All right, good. We can FF now. Complainers. No, there was not a lot of complainers. Only one.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads, one of the partial part of the phone, and then we, in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that you can get.
May I approach?
Can somebody remind me which phone they're talking about right now? Because I don't want to rewind it and get yelled at. Thanks.
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
Ask him, why did he help cover up the Birchmore and O'Keefe murders? That was a good question. He said defendant's phone. They're talking about Karen's phone. But didn't Proctor say he saw Karen enter her password? Him and Buchanan watched her enter her password. They had her password. This is such a crock. As if, oh, here's the puppy. Is that Lola the good dog?
That's Lola, just trying to.
Documents that actually, the
Wait,
first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Let's look at Lola, everyone. Hi, Lola. La 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 Lola.
Sure.
La 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 Lola. Somebody in the chat has your name as the name Lola's good dog.
She's
Love
like,
it.
What's going on here? Nothing's going on here.
I don't know if you could hear me when I was off, but somebody in the chat said somebody in the chat has the name Lola's good dog. Lola the good dog.
Is that a result summary from Grey Key for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original.
Yes, this is the first one.
My dogs bark at everything they hear outside.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Chloe
Show
would
you a
have.
second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Every's
this
a
is
talker.
essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
Carrie's a talker. I bet Chloe was a barker.
This exhibit as well, please.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was a subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once you got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were there 2 other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a 2-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the Grey Key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction grade key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keith?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry.
I would say we do essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit,
Yes, he is.
in the digital forensic unit.
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it
No.
was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after
You
extracted
didn't
again
do the
provided to
extraction
a
on
digital
McCabe's
file?
phone?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Who did
Can
the
you tell us
extraction on
what
McCabe's
a
phone?
USEF reader is?
You know what it
So
said?
the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create.
What?
Said he didn't follow up on that. He asked who did the extraction of Roberts' phone, which is mostly meaningless. But, you know, McCabe's phone, you would think, is much more important. And he didn't ask who did that one.
Right. He interpreted the data, but he didn't extract it. My guess is Fanning, but we'll see if it comes up because it will uncross, you know, Leslie's not going to miss a thing.
No.
Create through Cellebrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop and said it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
Right.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it would be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between 2 people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different.
Cherry
mediums. You can
pick.
Have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
Higgins knows how to do that.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's
Perimeters.
very generous that way of being able to search.
You could set the perimeters, Mark.
It's got
Not the parameters, the perimeters.
He's got an interesting vocabulary on word pronunciation on many words that is unique.
Supposedly is one that I enjoy tremendously. Supposedly says quite a bit.
Hematoba was one yesterday.
Contracoup. Contracoup is good. The brain doctor that he's going to call is his head's going to explode. Dr. Wolf without a knee. The brain tumor doctor. Isn't it called countercoup doctor? Did he have a countercoup? And he's like, oh, I'm sorry. Contracoup?
A number of people in communications. Could you do that as
Hematoba.
well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
Incisors, another
I have a
favorite.
moment, Ron.
Yes, good one.
Incisors. Nefarious, yes, nefarious.
Somebody made a Twitter meme or something about somebody formally pronouncing language. And have you seen what I'm talking about?
No, I haven't seen that one. You gotta send me that.
British accent and pronunciation, and it was actually very funny.
Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe. Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you
Parties not involved in John O'Keefe? Parties not involved in John O'Keefe's murder? Like, wait, hold on a second.
any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellebrite trained. Or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is Cellebrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
What?
You're in agreement with that, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Lacey?
what?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
What? They're agreeing to it?
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
So, yeah, he's going to be calling him back basically, and
Because he's going to read the text messages between John and Karen. He's the reader.
yeah.
Okay. Wow. That was like lackluster.
She looks thrilled.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Subject to recall, Guarino. All right. What
Commonwealth
else?
calls Mr. Whitley.
Daniel Whitley. Oh, is he the one, you guys in the chat, who like is friends with Kerry Roberts?
He's the one who I think she's going to say she gave the phone to. This is going to be to take John O'Keefe's phone, I believe.
But Kerry never testified at the last trial who she gave the phone to. She doesn't remember. Now he's going to all of a sudden remember.
I think so. They're going to have to be some first responder to say they got the phone for the chain of custody. And given that they just called this guy right after Guarino, I think it's probably him.
What is this chain of custody of which you speak?
Well, I know it's a foreign concept over there, but
There is no chain of custody for anything. They invented this chain of custody since the last trial because there was no chain of custody for the phone since the last trial. Anybody? Am I wrong, you guys? Bueller? Oh, Mark, if you have to go, go. I don't want to keep you.
No, at this point, it's fine. But
at this point, the day is shot.
This day is shot until the Celtics game. He'll take the phone and give it to some cop or whatever who gave it to the state police. And I think what they're going to try to do is establish that Proctor did not take it at 34 Fairview, right? Remember, that was kind of a thing.
Yeah, they're trying to keep him away from there. He didn't go to the scene that day.
So I think that's
allegedly
what they're trying to do is lock it down that there was no need for Proctor. Because remember, Guarino made that report about going to the scene, that he met Proctor at the scene. And I think they're trying to disabuse the jury of the notion that Proctor went to the house that day. I think.
Well, this cross should be fun then, right? Because like all of a sudden now Kerry gave you the phone because I think they live in the same neighborhood, right, you guys? All right, let's get to it.
Another ball guy. Okay.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, WHITLEY. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
He sped up a little bit.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34th Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponquag Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
And as a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before. We run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
Shout out to Green-Eyed Southern Girl's dad. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday, Dad.
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you know who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to
There it is.
exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please.
Oh, they love to point. He
You're
loves to get the
pointing
pointing.
to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these 2 gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Is the record reflect
pretty
that you
upset, crying.
identified the defendant, or we're just skipping that again?
Say that again?
I said, is the record going to reflect that the witness identified the defendant, or once again, we're just skipping, making a clean record because it's what we do there?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to make things clear on an appeal, do you? Because he knows that he's going to be, if this is ever a conviction, the appeal is going to be great. So, I mean, did he not say he pointed at the defendant? Hold on.
No.
You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these 2 gentlemen here.
That could be Liza Little, right?
That
How
could
do
be
we-
Mrs. O'Keefe. O'Keefe. It could be somebody in the gallery.
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I mean, so it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything.
He's the one who's going to testify that Karen said some things that could be deemed confessions in the ambulance. Because he said that he took Karen's purse and cell phone, nothing to do with John's cell phone. So that's what he's there for.
Yeah.
We're here for.
Anything like that. And we were
Whitley, right?
discussing that.
What?
This is Whitley, right?
This is, yeah, Whitley.
You know, we have a section 12 that states we have, you know, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital. And we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate.
Did you want to say something, Mark?
No, this is flashbacks to, it's Lally. It's the same thing. This is profoundly boring and monotone, devoid of personality in any way, and very really in the weeds on things that probably aren't that significant. And if the goal of the exercise is to trim the trial down, it's day 2 and, you know, nothing's happening.
Witness 5, yeah. We're getting nowhere fast. We're on a road to nowhere.
Yeah.
Great. For anybody that's a section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with 2 people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital. And that was Sam Bach.
Sam Bach?
Bach, B-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
So, sorry to
I'd say at least 3 to 5.
You know, like the it's giving me flashbacks to that great scene in Pulp Fiction where the Samuel L. Jackson, you know, say again, and he just, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-mm.
When they take Marvin, right? They shoot Brett and take Marvin for the ride, and he says, "Say again, I dare you, mother." You know, that's my brain is wandering into that because the verbal nervous tics here are, I mean, it is what it is. The guy, he's just nervous, but it's really, you're waiting for the next again and again. I mean, you just can't help but say again, mother. I'm thinking of Samuel L. Jackson. I'm sorry.
It's good. No, it's good. Yeah, she did say husband. I think he did say that she said husband.
Before, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And
Second time we've heard a witness say that.
There's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And at that point, I understood who ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Kerry Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your.
Wouldn't say what about her? What? Did he forget part of the story? Did I miss a part of the story?
It feels like that. I mean, I
Her
tried to
husband
remember what was the first trial. I don't remember what it is they claim Karen said. I don't even remember.
All right.
In a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
Yeah, that's not problem.
I'll
Is
strike
it
that
David?
last sentence.
Is David
Would
crossing?
you describe her demeanor as
That was David, right?
Yes.
King David speaks. Yay.
even through that, right?
No.
Kerry Roberts is not a good support system.
How
right?
long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
That's not how it works.
Do you have it right?
Yeah. Nobody prepped him? That Kerry's not a good support system. I guess that's what it was. Yeah. Kerry's not a good support system. If you knew Kerry, you wouldn't say that. Right. Okay.
Right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her.
wouldn't put a Johnny on after being sectioned against her will. I mean, for the
Right.
love of God, move it along.
I remember he did testify last trial, of course, because he talks about, Kerry and the Johnny. And I'm like, what's a Johnny? A Johnny's a hospital gown. I didn't know that last year.
I mean, are they going to produce evidence that she,
That's a
cheated
Johnny.
college test in 1994? I mean, this is.
Kerry was in charge of the block party and I'm going to speed him up even though he talks fast. Bringing the fire truck to the block party.
And ask the doc if.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER doc, the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on the room.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Do you know the answer to that?
Difficulty in her giving a urine sample?
No, but that's not the basis of the objection. I'm sure the objection is relevance.
Mm-hmm.
And by her not letting anyone say, and once again, she punts to the witness to defer a legal ruling to whether the witness can answer the question. How about objection relevance, Your Honor? In a different courtroom, you would do that. And
you could say real.
I'd say, well, I didn't say it. I almost said it. This is just, you can't turn objections over to the witness to decide a legal ruling based on whether you know the answer or not.
Mm-hmm. This is the judge allowing the witness to decide whether or not the question has any legal basis to be objected to. It's insane.
Difficulty in her providing a urine sample.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little different?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to,
Right. And then, of course, he knows what answer that Brennan is looking for because the judge says, can you answer that? No, break it down. He knows what he's supposed to say. This is like Coach Bev is now, somebody changed their name. I saw it, Coach Bev.
The issue here is relevance. I mean, she's brought to the hospital. Okay. She's brought in a psychiatric thing. She's not happy to be there. Her boyfriend is dead. Whether she did it or not, she's obviously agitated and upset. And now we're going to spend 30 minutes on she doesn't want to be there. And that's somehow what? Going to show that she's an asshole or unsympathetic. Who cares? Who cares about any of this?
John is dead. Why would she want to give a urine sample? She's got other things. This isn't stupid. That he.
No, I'm going.
Of course she's
You were
going to
there and
allow
saw
it.
this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Yay, Nettie.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least two.
At least two. There could have been more than two.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of two, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from your,
Well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3 from
Or at
your
least
station.
the station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The station 1 engine.
I
So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Sure.
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney,
Okay, and
so
were
at
there-
least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then Firefighter Sam Park.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine 1?
Well, the station 1 engine.
The station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There's a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so
Yep.
you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians,
And
and police officers, and firefighters, correct, and civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
You knew everyone in
see
Canton.
anybody
He just
exit
said
the house?
he just said Canton's a small town. Didn't he just say Canton's a small town? Like everybody knew everybody. I wouldn't have known the homeowner. If they ask you if the guy ever came out of the house, tell them the guy never came out of the house.
Just gonna say I didn't notice one way or the other if anybody came out of the house.
Yeah.
Outside 34 Fairview. Did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
Gonna get some.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
You gonna say, Mark?
Just that this is a way to get some sympathy about Karen out, about some of her ailments without her opening her mouth and but get it out there.
Right. Dakota's proposing a drinking game. Take a shot every time he says his ums have been cured. with David Yannetti is like he's a miracle worker. He has cured. He's been cured. However, I will allow it.
Correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not.
Somebody who's looking for the membership link, thank you so much for asking. It's in the show notes below the video. If you have an iPhone, sometimes it won't show up on your phone, but in the show notes, you might have to close out the chat to get to it. If you're on a phone, there is always a link to memberships. And if you're a member, you get to use the really super cool emojis.
Not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
It certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I'm sorry, what?
I see it, please.
Wait, what was the question? Hold on.
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
Now, see, this, of course,
I see it,
Brennan doesn't want.
Her medical history said that she had multiple sclerosis, and he objected.
He doesn't want any sympathy to her, even though he chose to call a witness who came out to section her because she's batshit crazy and won't pee in a cup and won't put a Johnny on, and how he perceived her. It's appropriate to see, not that it's the most relevant thing in the world, but if you do it, it happens. And he's just going to go up there and whine and say, how dare they do anything where the jury might find that she's not a horrible monster and that she may have, ailments. Meanwhile, you can bet your life when Jen McCabe testifies that it will come out on direct examination that she has MS. You can book that.
Yes, of course, because, that's why she misspelled hospital long to dying cold, because she has MS and her hands were freezing up. She said that during the first trial. Prayers up for Karen today, everyone. Let's see some prayer hands in the chat. All right, look at us FFing all the way through this. That was a long sidebar. Karen went up for it. Okay. Bella's mom has got it going on.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
They got it.
And you know that that's a chronic disease.
Got it over Brennan jumping out of his chair to try to prevent it. And the jury will understand that this guy thinks it's relevant about, running around, not putting gown on at the hospital. But when he tries to put forward, this guy's a credible witness who knows how to do his job, and David is now simply asking him about things you do to do your job properly, that includes her medical history, that he objected to that, and he gets it anyway. So
yeah,
it's just not worth fighting over this. So
but a win feels good.
Yeah,
good to win a sidebar.
Of the central nervous system.
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or constantly recurs.
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time.
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with the hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
You know,
and you've previously described that in.
Yeah.
Wasn't there testimony earlier, frankly, at both trials, that when Karen was, freaking out on the ride over to Fairview, at a time, by the way, that ostensibly Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe would have been concerned for her, had no real reason to suspect that she was involved in any crime or anything. But wasn't the testimony like at some point that Kerry was like, "Shut up, shut up, shut up"?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Talking to her like a piece of garbage rather than, in context, if that's your support system.
Yeah. She said she was in the back seat. She wouldn't shut up. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. I couldn't see. I was white knuckle driving and she was screaming and I was telling her to shut up, shut up, shut up. She doesn't seem like a great support system.
That's kind of my point. Doesn't seem like that this is so bombshell like the way they think it might be.
Right. It's already been proven. Kerry herself has testified through her own words that she was a pretty crappy friend to Karen.
Yep.
Testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Oh,
So
oh, he's one of
You
do
walked
not
yourself into that one,
allow
dude.
that-
You walked yourself right into that one. Oh,
he seemed like a mostly harmless, just kind of whatever kind of guy, and now he's going down that path. He's going to
Yes.
be one of those.
oh, I love this.
your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better
to
over
say.
time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
It gets better
Okay,
over
so
time.
Are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
That would be crazy, wouldn't it?
correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't.
But you have a great memory.
I don't know if it would be in their report.
But your memory's better now than it was then, but now you don't remember.
This is setting up for yet another Proctor report, but I don't remember saying that. This is where this is going.
Right. Proctor wrote. I didn't say that. Proctor wrote it down wrong. Yeah.
Add him to the list of people that just don't agree with what Proctor wrote or conveniently can't remember.
That's it.
A lot of paper jumbling going on there. Here it comes.
If you saw that report,
Pregnant
would it
pause.
refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right, well, that answers my question.
Okay.
Is your memory exhausted, sir? Is it exhausted?
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times.
Different times, correct.
Ponkapog.
And we had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there've been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
Oh,
He was.
you went to school
And
with a
you
guy
learned
named
at some
Proctor?
point that
You went to school with a guy named Michael Proctor. I have said this before, and I'm going to say this again, and I'm going to say nothing good comes from Facebook. Nothing good comes from Facebook. He went to high school with a guy named Michael Proctor. Did you know that?
No, but
I didn't know that. It was all new.
Is so incestuous, and certainly in law enforcement and public service, particularly, they all know each other. And it is a small town, but you know what? It's not that small. It's like 30,000 people. That's not Mayberry. Okay, that's not like that's Otis the barber, and that's this guy, and Floyd the barber. Oh no, Otis was the town drunk. Floyd the barber, whatever. I mean, it's still a big enough town, but all of these people all know each other, and they're doing a nice job showing somebody here is an outsider. The girl,
My freeze game. Look.
right? I mean, it's that's
And they did call Karen the outsider in the opening, which I thought was great because I've been saying that all along. She's the outsider.
totally.
She's the outsider. Listen to that again. Look at its freeze frame.
She's the crazy lady from Mansfield, right? I mean,
Yep. Here we go. I rewound it a little bit so we could hear it again.
I do.
and as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor
Former state
before you
trooper.
arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew,
She was a
an
patient
outsider
of
to
mine.
Canton, correct?
I did not know that. I was.
Sorry, because
You
I was
didn't live in
talking
the
over
same
that, but
neighborhood?
they're going with the outsider theme. Hold on, because you're going to hear him say she was an outsider in Canton. I like this theme very much.
Yep. Point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that. I was.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, which, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did. I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
It's going to say she was.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
It's going to say she was what?
This is probably to walk back or attempt to impeach him about her being snarky or crazy. that he checked off the box, appearance apparently normal or something like that. That's just not, I don't know. That's seems to be where they're going.
And another great freeze frame there.
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah, so that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for
did you write
secondary
snarky
impression,
in?
correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment. Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see.
Going to the small print.
Mm-hmm. Was the cure drown the witch? Well done, Kay. This is the snark tank. You guys know what snarky means. This is the snark tank.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was
Wait, I just want to highlight this because Coach Annie says, did this guy tell Proctor about her health problems? Were he and Proctor like buddies? They went to high school together because Proctor's saying all this stuff in those text messages that night, about her leaky, thing and all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. Where else would he get that information from if he didn't hear it from Jen McCabe? This could be the leak. This guy could be the mole. He could be the mole. All right. Now he's getting into some grand jury testimony. Let's see how this goes.
3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
Fresh. And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. Once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall
why would that be
that
sustained?
She was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called puppy.
I guess
correct?
you could say, did she express concern as opposed to a conclusion? Was she really concerned? I know
Ask it different. She didn't say ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
He didn't say ask it differently. That's true.
Not,
Sustained.
you recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Who do you think? Who do you think she wants to? It says cyborg. Okay. The closed captions. Who do you think? You think he wants to approach the witness?
We can't have this because it's going to show that Karen reached out to John O'Keefe's father and had a nice relationship and may have expressed some concern. And we can't have in this case any evidence on the prosecution's case in chief that Karen Reed is not a homicidal monster. It's not allowed.
That she's a good person and maybe she went to church with him every Sunday.
Any little thing that may show her not to be the monster that Brennan wishes her to be, he will object to. That's what this is all about. You can't have her having a nice, not nice, I mean, it's a stressful situation, but having a friendly or just not antagonistic conversation with anyone on the O'Keefe side. And by all accounts, he's the one member of that family who I think she got along with. So
yeah, exactly. Papa knows Karen is innocent.
Monster, murderer, that's it.
Wow. All right. So they're going to go to sidebar. Let's see what happens. Or cyborg. They're going to cyborg right now. It's no longer Bev's sidebar and grill. It is now cyborg. Hey, Callie girl, what's up? Is that Flipperhead in the back? Wait, who's this in the back and next to Meredith?
That's not
Flipperhead.
No.
Flipperhead was revealed the other day. He's next to in between Nathan and Meredith. I don't know who that is. If anybody knows who that is, let us know. I see SD in the front row next to Mrs. Reed.
Is John O'Keefe Jr., which I think is the father, and John O'Keefe deceased is the third. Is he in the courtroom? It doesn't look
I
like
don't see him. I haven't seen him today. I think he and Aaron did their obligatory appearance yesterday, and that was it. They're like, we're out of here. We're done. That's my own personal opinion. Now we are on real time. We have reached real time, and it is 4:27 here on the East Coast. She's working almost a full day. She's like gone past, like they're into overtime now with the court officers.
No chance they're going to make it to 5 o'clock.
She does not like going past 4.
It'll be short. I don't want to keep you folks here until 4:30.
There it is.
So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful on your social media.
Don't watch ABC. America.
All right, please.
Don't watch Melanie Little on YouTube with Mike Bederow. They may be discussing something because yesterday we let this play through and they had like a motions hearing that nobody else had yesterday except for me because I was the only one apparently streaming Boston 10. So maybe they're going to discuss something now. Final thoughts, Mark, before we see if anything else is going to be happening.
Well, it's pretty rough rollout for the DA. I mean, they had no bombshells in their opening argument. Oh, hold on.
They're coming back, see?
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated.
It's like a therapy session.
All right, so I would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you
Good,
have
Andrea
them
had the
all in
toga.
one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure.
Oh, that's good. Andrea had it. Somebody said, love Andrea. Andrea's my girl. We went and saw The Dead together in Vegas like a couple of weeks ago. It was her birthday. It was a great time. John Mayer was there. Bob Weir was there. All of our other favorites.
Is it 100 hours or something, or is it?
It's not. We sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was that?
Dropbox link
Oh.
on Monday that we sent,
All
but
right.
I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can.
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
Didn't
That's what
realize
that
the
was.
court didn't have access
He didn't share it with the judge.
file, and
All right, you talk to Tori about it, okay, Tori? You'll get it for me. All right.
the intention was that you'd have an advanced
Oh,
opportunity
God.
to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
Constant. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm
Your
above
associate
board.
talk with Tori.
I will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
He has dislocated both his shoulders multiple times today, patting himself on the back about how wonderful he is and how he always gives more. He gives more than is required because he is doing the right thing, and he is here for fair trial for the Commonwealth. And give us your thoughts on the day.
I mean, bad. Kerry Roberts should have been a stronger witness for them, just based upon the fact that, in theory, if you credit her, there's corroboration for what Jennifer McCabe claims. You know, the only two witnesses who can corroborate a lot of those early morning conversations about taillights and I hit them is Kerry Roberts. She should have been, you know, the first time around, they did well with her because nobody cross-examined her. But this time, there's really only one takeaway from her, and that is it appears almost certain that she perjured herself in front of a state grand jury. And if she didn't, that's no benefit to the Commonwealth either, because her excuse for not perjuring herself essentially is, I am under the control and influence of Jennifer McCabe. And since, you know, I mean, if you break down her testimony, notwithstanding her denials, she basically said, I did not lie. I said the truth. And I know it was true, not because Jen McCabe told me, but because the timeline that we prepared said it happened. So I was just reporting that. So it was true. This is ridiculous. And all of their key witnesses so far on the confessions are getting undermined. And, you know, he's trying to bring some of it back with these clips. I don't think it's certainly not going to help with Kerry Roberts, because the only takeaway from her is that she's just an unmitigated disaster who almost certainly perjured herself and is literally talking and getting blessings from Jennifer McCabe. Good luck the day you testify. And it actually ended with the judge calling her Miss McCabe. That's how tied together intellectually people look at her. Yes. So, you know, Guarino was unimportant today. He was purely foundational. And this guy, Whitley, doesn't really have much to add, but what the defense is in the process of doing is establishing that he's just part of the Canton cabal, and they all are part of the Canton cabal.
Cabal, yes.
Aaron is not. And it doesn't mean that, you know, this guy is corrupt or anything, but, you know, to the extent that they're willing to fudge little details, you know, might the jury believe that? Because they're just, it's all incestuous in that town. That's just the reality of it. Everyone knows everyone. Kerry knows Whitley. She knows Lank. I'm on the same neighborhood association as this guy, and he brings the fire truck. Lank, we hang out, and the girls hang out, and everyone knows everyone.
Whitley went to school with Michael Proctor. He was 2 years behind. Any thoughts on why they did not ask Peggy O'Keefe about the timeline? There was no cross for her. If you guys missed it, Alan Jackson got up and said, I would like to, you know, express my sympathy for you, but I have no questions.
First of all, I get what he did. In hindsight, I like what he did. He could have asked her about the timeline, but I guess, you know, just having her explain, I asked these two to help figure out what happened to my son, and she breaks down. The risk reward of that may have been much when they're going to clobber McCabe with it. And
Kerry's already admitted to it.
And I'm sure they're going to ask McCabe, where the hell is it, by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, this would have been a piece of evidence. There's no way that the DA was unaware of this. I mean, it's almost certain that it was in their possession or at least their custody or control. It's certainly Rosario, like I'm in New York, not Rosario material. Rule 14 material that should have been disclosed if that's the case. And you now have a key witness using it as a crutch for the basis of her explanation about why I testified falsely before a grand jury. So that document, what does that document say, for Christ's sake? I mean, it sounds...
It's probably some sort of chart. It's a, you know, a timeline. It's a graphic. It's a, you know, who knows? It could be 100 pages long by the time they get done with their story and getting it straight and telling the guy never went in the house. And
so to me, I mean, it's only 2 days and you can't obviously draw any conclusions on how a trial will finish, but had the benefit of the openings and at least 2 complete examinations. And so far, I mean, it's just been clunky from the prosecution. And other than seeing a prosecutor who is more organized, maybe a little more to the point, although maybe not so much today, better on his feet, if you will, and just appears to have maybe put more preparation into everything that he's doing. But it feels there's nothing more to it than that so far. And the idea that they were bringing in this prosecutor and somehow he had the powers of Kaiser Soze to just change this whole trajectory and make this case a slam dunk doesn't appear to be the case. There were no bombshells in their opening statement. If anything, the bombshells came from the other side about, you know, we're going to prove that he was rendered unconscious immediately. The phone was used after he would have been unconscious. We have an expert who's going to say no hypothermia. You know, these are things that are going to be really powerful towards reasonable doubt. They, you know, the prosecution didn't even mention Proctor. So they're not really trying to deflate the balloon with any of the bad stuff. They're leaving it for the defense to get first crack at it. And I think if the prosecution wants to have full credibility in what they're doing, they needed to own Proctor and just try to explain why it's not going to matter because of the science. But they didn't. And you're hearing a lot about Proctor, but it's all in the defense opening, defense, you know, the defense cross-examinations. You're hearing all the stuff that's all coming out on cross. And it just strikes me that 2 days into it, it's just a clunky, unimpressive rollout for the prosecution.
They left Proctor completely out of their opening. Not a word. He was a ghost in their opening. What did you think about? Did you have a chance to see what happened this morning? First thing before the jury came in.
I did.
So they turned over at last. For any of you who didn't see it, first thing this morning, it was revealed that at 10:45 last night, Brennan turned over several reports with regard to Guarino's testimony. That's why they have to recall him. That's right. Now I recall because I'm looking at my notes from this morning, including like a multi-slide PowerPoint that was something crazy and all kinds of other things.
Yeah. I mean, what it tells you is, and I even made a snarky comment this morning about it, it's an A+ in gaslighting. I mean, they are the best at this, and you have to give them full props for that. He's been giving all of this faux indignation about it's not fair. I'm not getting discovery. You know, the ARCA guys shouldn't be allowed to do this. I don't know about that. I can't get a fair trial. None of this is right. And he has the audacity to, or actually the defense has to bring it up, the audacity after that dog and pony show yesterday to walk in, give them at 10:45 an exhibit and say, you know what, that's true, but they've had all this material for the last couple of years. When you use exhibits, and you know this, all the
graphics, people might not know though. You have to turn them over.
You don't get to say it's just stuff I gave to you, mishmash 2 years ago, and I've reorganized it into an exhibit. They have an absolute right to see exhibits. Now, I wouldn't even be surprised if there was an order in this case because everything is by motion and order. You know, maybe it's paper number 747, God knows what, where she must have said any exhibits or chalks, as they say, or anything have to be completed and show the other side by this date. So why doesn't this apply? This is an exhibit. This
And
is
he's got to be fact checked because we know that he is a little less than honest.
that's right. But this is demonstrative evidence that they want to use, that they've compiled. And after making that dog and pony show yesterday, you call them at 10:45 and say, here's a couple hundred pages, but don't worry, take my word for it. It's just me. No, it doesn't work that way. It's so what I thought of this morning is that it's just another classic gaslighting joke. I mean, you can't bitch and moan and whine and be a prosecutor and say, I can't get a fair trial, and then have defense counsel come in the morning and say, we got an exhibit at almost 11 o'clock last night that's several hundred pages. And guess what? We're not ready for this.
Yeah. And it was supposed to be used today during Guarino's testimony. Really? And you're turning it over the night before? Give me a break with that.
It's an absolute joke. And this is not how prosecutors are supposed to behave. And certainly not when they're constantly taking shot after shot and have the gall to say that the defense shouldn't be allowed to use the most exculpatory witnesses that this whole case will see because they don't have a chance. We don't have a chance to analyze a report, an updated report, when, as you heard Bob say yesterday, they just got this stuff recently. What are they supposed to do? And in fact, the ARCA people are saying we're not even ready to analyze this because they haven't given us everything. So I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about.
But isn't that the definition of trial by ambush? I mean, isn't that like the textbook definition? And he's always crying about trial by ambush. And
it is. The word that we use around here is sandbagging. I mean, you show up and dump hundreds of pages of demonstrative evidence on the other side, literally at 10:45 at night when they're going to start trial at 9 a.m. and say, we're ready to go. That's sandbagging. That's unprofessional. And it's worse when you are making all of these complaints about your right to a fair trial and you're ignoring all the discovery violations that you've had previously. And, you know, all you got today from the judge was, well, they're entitled to see it. Where is what the hell are you doing? I told you all exhibits were supposed to be disclosed back then. And the answer should have been, if Brennan is saying what he's saying yesterday, why shouldn't I treat this the same way and say, you can't use this?
because the grave concerns don't run both ways. They only run for the defense.
Yeah.
And you saw that we're going to have a voir dire of the ARCA witnesses. Well, this morning they said that they couldn't make it Friday. And she said, okay, how about tomorrow?
Well, I think the thing that she said, which is really concerning. So these guys are professionals. They're out of state. They have real careers. They're high level guys. And at one point her response was, they're in Pennsylvania. Just like tell them they have to come here, as if, you know,
they have no other jobs.
Drop everything and take a $3 Uber 3 blocks to show up.
Right.
I mean, it's just in the real world, that's not how it works. And so for them to come in and then to say, I'm doing you a favor by giving you this hearing, you're privileged to get this hearing because I found that you violated all these rules and I'm giving you a chance to convince me otherwise that just makes no sense to me.
The whole issue makes no sense to me. Okay. The purpose of an ABA retention policy is to protect the client in case the client ever needs their file. This is just smoke and mirrors. This is nothing. Some scheduling text messages from 2 years ago about what time to be there. And here's your travel information. Not being retained is to me a non-issue. I can't even believe it's a thing.
But it's got to be a two-way street. I mean,
right.
These are probably ministerial text messages about, nothing, whatever. And the defense says they're deleted. I can't give you what we don't have. And this is apparently a big deal. However, when the defense is asking for metadata on video, which could prove very, very relevant conclusively, and the DA says it's gone, we don't have it, oh, well, too bad. She just says, well, you don't get it, don't worry about it, and I'm not going to do anything about it.
And there's no hearing on Brady violations, altered video, Proctor hiding video in a drawer in a different file number, jury tampering, fanning, jury, no hearing on that. But yeah, we're going to drag these guys in to talk about some maybe text messages that they had with the attorneys.
you are living in bizarro world when you're going to see in a couple of days these two doctors who are, again, professional, regular guys, and you have a right to cross-examine them and do what you want. And you are going to see an aggressive, salivating cross-examination about, your devious contacts with Alan Jackson. And, you asked for $20,000 from them. And was that agreed before trial? And was he texting you what to say? And were you texting him what to say? And, he's made these innuendos, or even more than innuendo, that, these guys and the defense and the U.S. government are somehow conspiring against, the Norfolk County DA's office over this case. I mean, get over yourself, man. Nobody is conspiring to go after the DA's office. The reason why people are looking at the DA's office with a suspicious eye is because there's a lot of apparent corruption surrounding it, and a lot of oddities and a lot of things that make people concerned about whether things are happening on the up and up there. And frankly, Brennan, that's not even your fault. You weren't even there. You have deniability. So, you should understand the well-intentioned concern of the feds with the DA's office.
But with every day that goes by, he certainly is enforcing that reputation of this district attorney's office, in my opinion.
Listen, the fact that he is there and they haven't conflicted the office out, and they're leaving one prosecutor there who is literally doing nothing.
Yeah.
And apparently the other one who's been along for the ride has not been there the last couple of days. And,
She's gone.
maybe she's sick or has a personal issue and she'll be back. But why are they there? Is it just to keep it under the auspice of, Marcy's control? I don't know. But the question that someone should be asking, we've talked about this before,
right,
is why is he there? Why is Brennan there? You have an office full of competent prosecutors. And if they're not competent, that speaks poorly. And if they don't want to prosecute this dog shit case, then that's, that ought to be concerning as well.
There's no conflict. Who's their top dog? Greg, is his name Greg Connor? He's their top dog, I think, in the office. I think his name is Greg Connor. Greg Connell.
There's clearly a conflict because
nobody will touch it.
They have Norfolk DAs sitting there twirling pencils. So there's no conflict because they're there.
All right. I got a bunch of questions to get through, but I'm going to let you go. So are you going to be anywhere later tonight?
No, Celtics playoffs.
Oh, what time?
Probably 7:30. Hold on. Let me check the Celtics app.
Go Celtics.
Without Jason Tatum, though, that's not good. But 7 o'clock tonight. Okay.
7 p.m. All right, let's go Celtics. Thank you so much for joining us. Everyone say goodbye to Mark. We're going to go over the questions.
Adios. Take care.
I love you. Thank you. All righty. Oops, that's you. That's not me. Hold on. Where am I? Dun, dun, dun. I got to get rid of him. Hang on. Okay. Here I am to save the day. All right. How's everybody doing? All right. Mark has a thing about super chats. He doesn't like people paying to ask him questions, so we turned him off. I didn't know how to turn him off, so I just put that banner up. I'm going to take care of all the super chats that came in before Mark joined us from way earlier today. So let's take a look and get to your questions. We love it when Mark comes to visit us. Okay. All right. Let us get back to, these are from like super early this morning, but a lot of them were put up on the screen. Some of them weren't, but I want to give you all thanks and praise and credit. Worldwide objection to Auntie Bev. She changed her name and she's here to tell us about it. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca Jones. How dare you? How dare you? Kerry, here's Kelly. I need witness IQs prior to testifying. Yeah. Helena says, oops, I did it again on our playlist. I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look. New Hampshire dude became a new member. Thank you. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Kerry screwed up bad. She's not invited to this year's Briskets and Butt Dials barbecue weekend. Oh, thank you. Allie, thank you for your super chat. I watch your stream on my Echo show while I work. And had to come to the chat on my phone to tell you that you're killing me today with the commentary. Thank you for all the laughs, Melanie. Thank you, Allie, for watching. We need a boiled frog emoji, says the boiled frog. Jailhouse Rock on the playlist? I'm not sure, Cal. I'll take a look at that. How long will Jen and Kerry be friends after this? I would say their friendship has probably disintegrated. What say you? What say you? Anyone? Anyone? Roxy says, thanks for taking the extra time to make sure we hear and understand what's being said and what's going on. I know some people get in the comments and they're like, why do you talk so much, lady? You talk so much. Why do you stop so much? Because that's what we do. We talk. We analyze as we go. I don't like to do it after. Mastad says, Greg Connor is number 2 at the DA's office, but is prosecuting Walsh. So he told Marcy to hire Brennan. Oh, he's the number 2, but who's the number 1? Mastad. Jen is losing her mind right now, said Pear Bear. Denise would always come in last trial with Peg. Oh, Denise, Jen McCabe's sister. She's the one who made the timeline. Thanks, Life of Deshai. And Medina is here, so she's telling them everything on the timeline. Yep. She's telling them everything. Bez bias beratements. Is it possible the feds are monitoring their communications during this trial? Yes. Yes, it is. It's absolutely possible. Anything is possible. I will allow it, and I'm sure. And then take action. It's possible. I don't believe that it's really over, but you know, I have no inside information. The pick me is going down, said Rhonda Hall. Gen X says for Spotify list if you want. Insane in the Brain. Cypress Hill. Is that Insane in the Brain? Insane in the Membrane? Oh, Don Ciccio sent me a new sketch that he did yesterday of Nuttall. Here, check this out. Remember when I stopped it and I said he's like super hot under the collar, and we were kind of laughing about it. Hang on. I have to do it by tab. Why? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Don Ciccio, our friend from Twitter. I'm going to call it Twitter forever, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm never, ever, ever calling it X. Never, ever. Why can't I open it in any event? Hold on. Because I want to show this to you. But I can't because it won't come out of the window. All right, I'll save a copy. There. All right, I'll get it to work. Hang on. Pinewood says, attention, Massachusetts. Spanky is not a good trial lawyer, and currently he is suborning perjury. He's leading her with a leash. This is so bad, so bad, so bad. Do you think she'll be prosecuted? That's what I want to know. Do you think somebody will prosecute her for this perjury? She claims it was an accident, but MSP's audit for wayward methodology and processes. AJ, you are the training spark. I'm the tornado. LJ, open all the windows while you open all the doors, Brennan. On top, I'll get her a nice new pink bracelets to match the free Karen Reed colors. Oh, that would be great. Chloe Albert's Revenge says that evil lady didn't take off her shoes. She even put on a third one. Who would do that if they weren't guilty? This shock and horror. I know. Will Chloe Albert ever get revenge? That's what I want to know. Will she ever get revenge? I don't know. She chatted with Good about the Blizzard party. Yes, she did. She 100% did. All right, there's an order for production of ARCA records, which we can take a look at after this. That was just signed off on yesterday. It was probably just filed today. So hang on. Chrissy Mel, thank you for your 10. Siobhan, did you notice how little snow there was when Jen, Kerry, and Karen came back to One Meadows? Yeah. Yep. Coach Bev, too cute by half means too clever for their own good, or at least that's how we use it in my neck of Ireland. Oh, I'll allow that, Sancha. Too clever for their own good. Bringing in 2 potted plants. I think that's a Bederow quote, isn't it? Thanks for the 10. I wish AJ would ask if John took his shoes off when he visited these people at their houses. Yeah, I got into that. There would be dog hair, I think, on those socks. That's what I think. And Mon says, yeah, okay, you calmly went in the house, sat on the bench to take off their boots, but Karen didn't because she was more focused on finding John, and they weren't. No, they say it's because she's guilty, and she knew he wasn't coming home because she killed him. Thank you on top. Kelly, thank you. How deep was she in before realizing she was McPlayed? Abacus Flinch. Shot the monkey. Cooking Kelly all day barbecue. Carrie, I think you meant Carrie. Kimberly Sue. Look right side of glass video 6310121. To get to that later. LM, my most burning question is the jury picking up what's being laid down? Last time it was distraction. Queen Melanie, thank you for being you. Simply the best. I was wondering that myself. Is the jury picking up what he was laying down? All of it. The perjury, the timeline, all that stuff. I don't know. Because based on the interview with Ronnie the juror, who's been all over every network that will have him, They thought some of it was distractors and they didn't get it. So I do have that burning question as well, and I just don't know the answer to it. Bella's mom is here. Did you notice that Hanky said, when you were influenced, rather, were you when you were influenced, rather, when you were interviewed? No, is that what you guys were talking about? I thought he was talking about influenced by the timeline, but you're saying influenced rather than interviewed. Okay, now I'm picking it up. Thank you. Norman, Karen said a piece was broken and stuck inside the housing, and she took it out. If the light was smashed, there would be no inside to hold the red piece stuck in the middle with you. Great job. Oh, yeah, stuck in the middle with you. Yeah. Thanks, Suvi, for becoming a member. And JMSA for your super sticker. And Anne became a member. Welcome, welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Cosmic Blue is spending her 31st wedding anniversary watching court with me. My husband says, the stunning Melanie is on. We love you, Mel. Thanks as always. You guys should not be spending your anniversary watching me. While I'm very, very, very flattered that you would even consider such a thing, I hope you have some better plans for this evening. I don't know where you're located or what time it is there. Oh, I think you're across the pond. Thank you. I appreciate it. Happy anniversary, you too. Crazy kids. Mighty Heidi. Thanks for the 5 on direct. It was Kerry. John's dead. Hang up. On redirect, it was John's dead. Kerry, hang up. Well, she can't keep her story straight because she didn't have her timeline in front of her, you know? So there's that. Here's Don Cicchio's portrait of, what's his name from yesterday? Nuttall. Hot under the collar, and he emailed that to me. So thank you, Don Cicchio74. His name is really Chris, and he's on Twitter. And he does portraits of everyone in the trial and other things such as Jerry Garcia. And he even did one of me. We love Don Cicchio74. Go find him on Twitter. That is amazing. Somebody said we hit 85K while the stream was on. So thanks, everyone who hit the subscribe button today. Because if you know, you know. It takes 48 hours during this trial anyway to be able to chat. So I had to kind of do that because, you know, the trolls always seem to find their way through. I think, did somebody say we got up to 85K? I don't know. It says 84.6 on mine, but maybe it hasn't refreshed in a while. So if I did, thank you so very much, each and every one of you. Advocates flinch. What the Commonwealth doesn't realize is that audio clip will help the defense later on when the Commonwealth's reconstruction of the taillight shows a few small pieces missing, which Reed dropped at John O'Keefe's driveway. Yes, you remember that, right? And you remember also that when they show the reconstruction of the taillight, it's so curious, isn't it, how each trooper found a certain section of the taillight reconstruction. All the pieces that they found all fit into like the same part, right, of that taillight reconstruction. Oh, yeah, look at this. We're up to 85,105. Yay. We did it, Joe. We did it. You know, Abacus Flinch, you know. Thank you for your 10. Sham Wow says, so nice. We're not talking about snow day 2 and tons of fireworks. Tons of fireworks. Sham Wow is here from Canada. He knows. He knows what's good. Vanessa G. I just had a thought. Lally is really quiet and invisible even. Did Lally talk to the feds? Is Lally the catalyst for the downfall of the Commonwealth? Wouldn't that be ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic. And yeah, I really do think that Adam Lally's not smart enough to do that. However, you know, if he was going to save himself a little bit of, I don't know, he could possibly be implicated in this. Listen, if he knew that that Sallyport video was altered, proctored, doctored, and he put it up there as the actual evidence, he could have some. I've always wondered why he was never, had they had an evidentiary motion for that motion to dismiss, which in my opinion they should have, that was just denied on paper. My head popped off. Remember that day like 5 times when we read that motion to dismiss decision? Had they had an evidentiary hearing, they would have had to put Lally on the stand to talk about where that video came from and when he got it and who gave it to him. And yes, Helena Rafferty has announced her retirement. So I don't know. Is it coincidental? You tell me. Kelly, there's a difference between discussing events and trauma with Jen McCabe, et cetera, and saying under oath their version of event is your memory. Everyone knew it. Everyone knows it. Yep. You're right. Shaggy wasn't me, said the YSL judge. Didn't recuse himself. He was removed. Oh, thank you. I said I didn't follow that trial, so I appreciate all the tea. Didn't they find all the pieces reconstructed? You talking about the taillight? No, there are some pieces that are missing in the final reconstruction. There are some that are missing. Angie says, if I was on the jury, I would never remember those short little clips. The lies and AJ are making all the memories for the jury. Yes. Yes. Lori said, thank you for, Lori said through Venmo for your blood pressure, a cup of jasmine tea. Oh, thank you. I don't have blood pressure problems, but for anybody in the chat who feels their blood pressure rising, I feel a bad moon rising, drink some jasmine tea. Thank you for that tip. And thank you for your Venmo, says she appreciates everything I do. You're the best. And Chief Sherry said, this Arca crap has me really mad. Thanks for your Venmo. Dina, thank you. Says, I'm her favorite. No, you're my favorite, Dina. Don't tell the others. Margaret, thank you for your very generous Venmo. Says, I swore I wasn't going to torture myself by watching the retrial, but the injustice. Then I caught you yesterday and saw you continuing to cover this. I'm a recently retired attorney in the Berkshires, and I salute you for your steadfast coverage. That just makes me want to cry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That is super generous of you, Margaret. And we ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit, Margaret. We just don't. Somebody's got to be out here screaming for truth and justice. And you know what? It might as well be me. Because you know what? They tried to shut me up in the beginning when I started covering this case. All the trolls out there in January 2024, they came for me. Yeah, they did. I rage quit Twitter. Not really, because I never used Twitter. I had like an old account from like the early aughts. And they tried to shut me up. They did. But you know what, my friends? I took on the Catholic Church. Okay? Give me a break. Sarah, thank you for your very generous Venmo, says free Karen Reed. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Sandra, thank you for your 10, says, hi, Melanie. I want to thank you for doing what you do. It's not much, but it's a small, oh, Sandy B, that nothing is ever expected and everything is always so kindly appreciated. So love you with all of my heart. Fun to see you all real soon. I'm going to die, but don't go anywhere because we still have more questions. Let's get back to here. Yeah, I don't know. You know, are they going to remember this after 10 weeks of trial? They're keeping notes. They're allowed to keep notes. So I don't know. Some people take a lot of notes. Some people don't. Karen Duffy, they're creepy and they're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together ooky. The Albert family. Oh, I'll allow it. Well done, Karen Duffy. Well done. Too Cute by Half says it was also in Godspell. Oh, that's when we were talking about step by step. I forget now what we were even talking about. Slowly I turn step by step. D, would it have been wise to pull up an expert on false memories? Yeah, you know, she won't allow it. She would never allow that. Robert's not on McLaughlin anymore. Yeah, she would never allow it, D. Maybe in some other time, place, channel, but not here. Dennis, tuning in from Canada, says we're two favorites, common sense, point on people. Thanks. Thank you, Dennis. Will any headlines have the headline, witness in Karen Reed trial admits to perjury? Erica said, here it comes. It did. It came. It saw. It conquered. Kizungura, thanks for your 10. We're supposed to believe that Carrie didn't recount to Peg every second of the morning during that drive to the hospital. Yeah, we're supposed to do that. What mother wouldn't push for every detail she already blamed Karen Reed? Yep. Full-throated testimony. If you know, you know. Thanks for 20. Sue at NBC Boston posted on X. There is one juror who is now laughing a little bit and shaking his head. That was at 2:22. You sent that. The laughing juror looks entertained and shaking his head up and down as Jackson again tries to get to agreement. This is when Jackson was crossing Kerry Roberts at 2:22. I think that's where we were. Yeah. AJ busted a nuddle. I had to highlight that earlier for the name alone. He was enrolled, you were talking about Guarino. He was enrolled in the police academy homeschooling program. He survived the boxing match. Yeah. Yes. Had a great reminder earlier from Hank, the great pander, Brennan. You can always donate to the Karen Reed Defense Fund. The link to that is in. Oh, and look, Scott Messerschmidt just dropped it in the chat. Thank you, Scott. I will also pin it in the chat. Every dollar helps. 18 Wheels of Outrage gifted 5 memberships. You are awesome, my friend. Thank you. A.E. Lot, welcome. Nina, why would the defense have text with ARCA in 2023? Alessi said 2 years ago, not last year. 2 years ago, not last year, 2023, 2024. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't thought about it, Nina. I don't remember when it was that they were given the ARCA report. I don't know. Lola the good dog says 6 degrees of separation, Canton edition. Well done, Lola. Well done. Oh, Meredith O'Neill's the thing. Thanks for your 20. That was 451. Hi, Melanie. If anyone wants to support Karen and win a dinner with Auntie Deb and me, we're doing a giveaway for dinner. Donate $10 to Karen's Defense Fund to enter, or 3 for 25. That is awesome. When are you doing that? Is that tonight? Because I'll teleport everyone on over there, Meredith. Thank you. All right. So $10 to Karen's Defense Fund. Put in there Auntie Deb fundraiser or Auntie Deb and Meredith dinner, $10, or 3 entries for $25. Okay. Thanks, Meredith. Thanks, I can't remember, for being a member for a month. And I can't remember for your super sticker. And Denise, congrats on 85K. Thank you for telling me. I didn't even know. No, it's not dinner with me and Auntie Deb. It's dinner with Meredith and Auntie Deb. Sorry, don't misquote me, Cuzco. It's Meredith O'Neill. You may know her also as Turtle Boy's girlfriend and Auntie Deb. Greg says, technically and not intentionally, I don't think you'll hear a worse answer through the rest of this entire trial. Probably not. Technically, yeah. Technically, not intentionally. Thanks, Greg. On top, thanks for the super sticker. And LA says, I predict you'll have your 100,000 plaque by the end of the trial. I hope so. I really want it. I really do want it. I know it's shallow and all, but I really, 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 really want it. I want it now. I'm just kidding. Look, our channel is it's not even 2 years old yet. It will be 2 years old in July. I think we have the exact date of the anniversary that I did my first live, which was on Kevin Costner's divorce. Many of you were here for that. I know Aunt Bibi was here. Meredith says they're announcing the winner tomorrow night. You can enter till tomorrow at 8. Tomorrow at 8 p.m.? Okay. Court is at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Yes. So why were there texts in 2023 that were deleted? I don't know. Nina. I got to go back. Bobby Alessi, Slice and Dice, now open for business, says we need you to put up the witness list each trial day and highlight or cross off whoever testifies. We don't know. Oh, you mean put up the whole witness? Yeah, because they don't give us like the schedule ahead of time of who's coming in. Although they did say like who was coming in. Like we knew that Mrs. O'Keefe was coming in today and Guarino. And then I don't think we knew that Whitley was going to be next. So did he say who's coming in tomorrow? I don't know. But thank you for your 10. My favorite YouTube legal show. My show. Your show is the best. Would love the visuals. Yeah, okay. Let me think about that. I'm not great with, graphics and PowerPoints and all that kind of stuff, but I need an assistant. Sham, wow, thanks for tuning in. Who gets to read the jurors' notes? I don't know. You tell me. Who's collecting those notebooks at the end of the day? I don't know. Allegedly, Fanning had nothing to do with the jury. That's what they said anyway. Exactly what they said. Let me see here. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Terry, so much for buying me 2 matcha lattes, and says, how does this play to the jury? Will they feel bad for Kerry and the young firefighter EMT? Did Hank put Nuttall up day one knowing the defense would rip him a new one? I'm trying to think like someone who knows nothing. Well, it's hard. It's hard to think like someone who knows nothing. Is there anyone in the chat right now who knows nothing and is watching this trial fresh for the first time without any prior knowledge of all of these people and their shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo? Tell us what you think. You're the mirror jury. You are the mirror jury. My opinion is he put Nuttall up and Kerry up first because they were the two most easily manipulated witnesses. And he's focusing Brennan on her confessions. I think he's focusing on her confessions. And so he wants that to be the beginning of his story. And then Peggy O'Keefe, she doesn't like Karen. That was obvious. And my heart breaks her. I feel really bad for her. But again, she doesn't like her. So how did it play? I don't know. That's a great question. I thought it was a train wreck. But, there are some other people on the cesspool of Twitter who totally think that it was a big W yesterday for the Commonwealth. I don't know. Who are these people? I don't know. Who are these people? Beverly, thank you for buying me a matcha latte. Why couldn't the defense request a new venue in light of not being able to get a fair trial in Canton? Well, they just didn't. They just didn't. They never moved for a change of venue in this. Never moved for a change of venue, and I don't know why. Sean, thank you for your matcha latte. Says thanks for the excellent coverage. You're the best. I'm going through some emails now. You guys do not email me for legal advice. I am retired. I do not give legal advice on this channel. I cannot look at your lawsuit, help you with a legal problem. My best advice to you would be that if you need an attorney, if you need legal advice, if you need someone to review your papers, what you should do is call your lawyer, and you don't have anybody who's a lawyer or a friend who's a lawyer. Call your local bar association and ask for a referral. That's the best advice that I can give you. Okay. Bobby Leslie Slice and Dice says, what do you think about the production at 10:45 last night by Hank? Yeah, I think that's insane. Do you think the judge is going to allow it? It's all copy and pasted. No, it's not copied and pasted because it's like graphics of what they claim are, accurate extractions of phones and things like that. And they have to fact check it. The defense is meticulous about their fact checking. They're not just going to, take his word for it. There's no trust me, bro, going on with Brennan, right? So let's take a look at this order that I guess this came out yesterday. This is an order for production of records. Docket number 683. Look at us. We're on top of things. Docket number 683. Make it a little bigger for you because I can't even read it right now. This is an order for production of records. Court hereby orders Dr. Daniel Wolf and Dr. Andrew Rentschler of ARCA witnesses to produce the following. So this is an order directed at ARCA. This is what they need to bring with them, I guess, for their voir dire. The court hereby orders them to bring to produce all records within ARCA's or its owners, partners, employees, or representatives' possession, custody, or control in whatever format kept that reflect or in any way relate to work performed or contemplated and related in any way to billing, payment, compensation, and or reimbursement of any kind in connection with Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Such records must be produced to the Norfolk Superior Court by April 25th, 2025. That's this Friday at 9 a.m. This order includes, by way of example, but not limitation, all correspondence via regular mail, email, text messages, and or encoded messages between the above entities and individuals and any third parties. The order also includes all reports and or draft reports, as well as test results, photographs, video or audio recordings, charts, graphs, and calculations, and recorded observations of all tests or experiments undertaken, whether the results were included in a report or not, and all internal memoranda and phone records related to communication about work performed on the case. The order also includes all records related to time spent on the case, including timesheets and draft and final bills. To the extent that any record responsive to this order is kept in an electronic format, the ARCA witnesses shall bring with them the appropriate hardware equipped with the appropriate software to allow the court to access all such records at the voir dire hearing. XOXO, Beverly J. Cannoni, aka Kim Jong Cannoni, Lady McBev, and such other things like Coach Bev. My head's gonna pop off. Yeah, any communications between, does it say between them and any third parties? No, I don't think that they have to produce anything between them and the feds. This is a FACACTA order. Shouldn't it be just things between them and the defense firm? Between the above entities and individuals and any third parties. Okay, what? The feds aren't sharing any information, and how can she? Okay, I can't. My head, I'm too tired to even think about this right now. It's ridiculous, and good luck with that. Did she ever say? So they said they can't come in on Friday. So what was the determination on? You're gonna have to refresh my recollection. My memory is exhausted, as is my brain right now. Did they ever pick a date for the voir dire? It was supposed to be Friday. And then Ms. Little said they can't come Friday. And she said, how about they come tomorrow? And they're like, I don't even think they're in Philly. Aren't they like in Pittsburgh, I think? I don't know. Scranton? I don't even know where they are. Monday? It's going to be Monday, the voir dire. Was that confirmed? I don't know. All I know is I'm going to see you guys back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. for more testimony. And we're just going to keep on keeping on because that's what we do here. We keep on keeping on. This is what we do. We're doing it. So thank the moderators for keeping it classy today because this is always a really, really, really hard case to cover because of the troll factor. We even have an emoji for the trolls. Defendant deletes text, grave concern. Commonwealth deletes video after 30 days, no problem. Yep, no big whoop. View and witnesses on Friday. Okay, Monday afternoon is going to be the thing. Yeah, a third party? I don't know. You guys can go back and try to freeze on it so you can freeze the frame. You can go back. I got to go rest my voice, you guys. I love you all in my heart. I will see you tomorrow. Hit the like button on your way out. Smash the like. Hit subscribe. It's free. Hit the bell so you have all the notifications. Thank the moderators. Tip your waiters. And, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Until tomorrow, you can do it. I know you can. You absolutely 100% can. Is there anybody live right now that you'd like me to teleport you to? The thing is they have to allow redirects and, it's a thing, and like Glare, it doesn't allow, he doesn't know how to do it. It's like a whole thing. I'm like, dude, you got to figure it out. You got to figure out how to tell people, oh, Peter is live. Has he been live for long? You want to go see lawyer, All right. I'm going to send you over to the lawyer, tell him I said hi. Tell him he should invite me on his show. Okay. I'm sending you there. I don't know if he'll allow it. I don't know. I think maybe he doesn't like me. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know if he knows who I am. All right. I am sending you over there. Say hello to Peter, the lawyer Peter Tragos. He's also an injury lawyer, so he knows that these injuries did not come from a car. Wow, I'm trying to get out of here. You are my must-have live while working, then at home. Andrea, for recap, you're both the best. No, you are. No, you are. Everyone, buckle up, buttercups. You are going over to lawyer in 3, 2, 1. I'll see you soon. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Cupcake invasion on Tragos.